something, 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 something. Kerbal Space Program. We are having a program of. I don't know, what's a good program? Probably not the Gothic one. Oh, I gotta turn the audio back on. Audio. Start game. Boon or bust. That's what I'm saying. Training? We have to do training. Oh, fuck. Well, better late than never. Holy shit, it's Werner von Braun, but as a fucking... as a minion. I'm Werner von Braun. Oh god, we got Nazis training me on the space program. Maybe it's the bad program. Transcontinental flight or step onto the very surface of the moon. Why you need to build yourself a ship? In this tutorial, Kerbal Space Center. Then take you to the vehicle assembly building. We learn how to construct a simple ship. We'll cover adding or removing parts, what the parts do, how to change the performance settings of the parts, which have an option, how to control staging. At the end of the tutorial, you will have a craft fit for a quick hop from the launch pad. At each step, I will block out all controls other than the ones you need for the step. Still managed to mess up. You can press the back button to go back and fix things. It won't light up unless you do mess up. Okay. Reach R&D, astronaut combat admin, space plane hangar, mission control. Mission control. We are now at the Kerbal Space Center. I'll give you a quick rundown on how to get around. KSC for short is home of the pinnacle of Kerbal endeavors. Blah blah blah, you'll need to manage your space program, create rockets and planes. I think I'd rather manage a space program than a space program. Managing a space program doesn't seem really my speed. Now managing a space program, now that's something to consider. Assign new uses for explosive substances in a case of emergency, hire more Kerbals. You can hover your mouse over the facilities buttons, they show up. You need to repair a structure, upgrade them. Do this by right-clicking them. Take some time to hover the mouse over the building and see what they are. Whoa. Inside the VAB. Very good. How do you move around, though? Middle of the screen in the construction area. This is where parts of the place are constructed. Parts toolbox. Engines, robotics, coupling, aerodynamics, ground, thermal. If you want your craft to be controllable, you need a command module. Oh, there we go. Right click to drag to orbit the camera. Mouse scroll wheel to zoom up and down. Shift mouse scroll wheel to move in and out. That's annoying. That's definitely an early 2000s design for sure. Okie doke. Adding a parachute. Make more than one flight. Here show up to return safely to the ground or water in Kerbin. Parachutes are some way to make sure that happens. Okay then. Engineer report. Open save, new, launch save. Okay. Utility tab. MK16 parachute. Right on top. Some parts, like parachute here, have configurable options to see we need to right click on the parachute we add. Oh, pressure and altitude. So we adjust our altitude and the atmospheric pressure at which to open, so it can be quite useful in distant worlds. For now, let's check the opening height on the chute. It's at least 1,000 meters, because safety is scribbled away after all. The impression slider move to a bit to the right to point. Point 2. Okay. Prevents the chute from activating until the atmospheric pressure is above a configured value. On Kerbin, point 2 is about 9 kilometers in altitude. So even if you stage early and arm the parachute, it will wait until then to activate. Next up, we're going to need something to make us go. Click on the Engines tab on the left. Engines. The back thumper solid fuel booster. You're just starting out. You're not a famous rocket scientist. Oh, I made the craft survival as it stands now. You'd have better rocket science than me. Better rocket science. Ha, impossible. The problem with the craft is that a solid rocket is too powerful. The payload. Either burn up in ascent from going too fast. Hang on, let me adjust my microphone. Dunk, 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 dunk. It's not letting me load the slider, you bastards. You bastards! Whatever. The problem with the craft is that the solid rocket is too powerful for the payload to single small pod and shoot. It will either burn up from the ascent from going too fast or burn up coming back down. Even if you survive that, the craft's mass will cause it to fall too far fast for the parachute to operate properly. If the service work could stop you. I promise to teach you how to change that. But for now, let's continue. Well, at least, after removing the part, pick the thumper and click. Either drop it or the parts toolbox, or click delete. Instead, let's add the solid motor that's a better match for the ship of this size. At the start of your career, you'll have what I consider rubbish parts. Literally, the motor here looks like, and will maybe be, a converted trash can. That said, it does have enough oomph to get this little craft moving skyward quickly. As you progress, you'll be able to unlock more engines and other parts. For now, flee. A staging stack. Nice one. You built the simplest survival craft possible. Go launch this right now, but it might be safer to explain one thing first. In the bottom right, you will see the staging stack. It's the box with number 0 and the icons for the parachute and engines in it. This stack shows us which parts will be activated as we stage our rocket. What this shows is that when we activate the next stage, both the engine and the parachute will be triggered. While it could be considered funny to open the chute and fire the motor at the same time, it's not going to give you much of a flight. To fix this, we need to separate the engine and chute into 2 stages. If you mouse over 0, the stage, you will see a little plus and minus. Here to the left of the box, click the plus button to add a new stage. Okay. If you had too many, click the minus button on the extra one to remove them. Excellent. It's important to note that the stages... Okay. It's important to note that the stages activate from the highest number and then count down. So our first stage will be stage 1, the engine, and our second will be stage 0, the chute. Now drag the engine icon from stage 0 down to stage 1 to get the pilot some comfort. I see. Excellent. It's done. Saving it for later. That's it. We now have a safe, relatively safe craft that's ready to go. Let's make sure that if we need this design again, we don't have to build it all from scratch. At the top of the screen, you'll see a name for our craft. Untitled Spacecraft. Doesn't seem so majestic. Why don't you change that to something more your style? Get a description if you'd like to. How about, starter. When you're happy with the name, click on the save icon in the upper right. Summing up. Switch editor, cargo, crew, actions. Excellent work. Feel free to play around with the parts and techniques I've shown you. When you're ready to continue, press the red button in the upper right to exit. Back at the training menu, try the flight basic tutorial to learn how to fly this little craft. Then the intermediate construction tutorial can teach you more about the editor. Sure. Well, I will not be playing around. This is a science facility. There will be no playing around. There isn't going to be any playing around. Basic flight. Basic flight. Where's my water? Not the game. Welcome to Kerbal Space Center Launch Facility. I'm Gene Kerman. Cool. Let's use the basic of piloting a spacecraft. I trust you already checked the basic construction tutorial. If not, I recommend you do this before going through this one. Today we will do a run through all the important controls for your spacecraft. Our little hopper from your basic construction lesson with Werner may not have all of them. We'll do a full run through once and see how it flies. Flying a spacecraft is all about being in control of a generally very chaotic situation. As a pilot, your main flight controls will affect the pitch, yaw, roll, and ship of the ship. Look at those first. All the other controls will be locked until they are needed and the tutorial is closed. Basic flight control. Pitch, yaw, and roll. Pitch, yaw, and roll are the three directions you will rotate your craft. To help visualize these, we've taken a holiday snap of the hopper below. That's weird prose. I've never heard prose like that before. Holiday snap. Interesting. You control your ship's rotation using these controls. Up and down to pitch, up and down, yep. Okay, A and D to yaw, and Q and E to roll. Alright. Try it now. Oh, there it is. I see it. Pitch. Oh, it's inverted. I think. I guess it's to pitch up. Roll. Yaw. Yaw, yaw. Throttle plus pitch, yaw, and roll. You'll need to master successful crash-free flight. We'll skip over the throttle controls for now, as this vessel has no need for it. Don't worry, I'll explain it another time when it's of use. Remember that all these controls have a limited amount of effectiveness, so bigger, heavier ships will probably respond much more sluggishly to the controls than a smaller one. It's also good to keep in mind that as stages separate from the ship, it will become lighter. This will usually mean easier to control, just like the rest of the flight controls. Staging. In flight, all the planning you put into staging sequences of your ship comes into play. From launch to the final deployment of the descent parachutes, you can control activation of several ship parts by activating stages. Space. Launch, activate, next stage. Notice the stage indicator in the lower left corner. It shows the currently active stage. Since we haven't launched yet, it's showing the first stage as active. I see. I have your staging controls locked for now, so the stage indicator is glowing purple. It is. One more thing on staging, if the staging setup is causing strife, or you change your mind about something, you can edit the stage sequence on the fly, pun intended. No need to go back to the assembly facility. An important part of flying is knowing how your ship is oriented and where it is going. That's why a good pilot is always aware of the ship's altitude, where it is pointing, and its velocity vector, where it is going. These aren't always the same direction. As your skills improve, you should pick up on these. The big round instrument on the lower center of the screen is called the nav ball. This device sums up most of the critical information needed for proper death-free flight. Here you see the ship's nose in relation to the horizon. You're not pointing straight up. It's easily visible as a line between blue sky and brown ground, as well as its heading, compass, bearing, and speed. You also get several icons that indicate things like your current velocity vector, but we'll have to look at those later. In the top center part of the screen, you have your altimeter, vertical speed indicator, and atmosphere gauges. The altimeter will show you the distance of the land's surface at sea level. This means that the actual surface may be much closer, so watch out for the ground when landing. Your vertical speed indicator shows how quickly your altitude is changing. When launching, it's considered best to keep the gauge pointed up. Okay. Vertical speed indicator shows how quickly your altitude is changing. When launching, keep the gauge pointed up. Understand. The atmosphere gauge indicates how deep the ship is in the planet's atmosphere. Note if the ship is high enough for orbiting without losing air speed to air resistance, such as how effectively wings and control surfaces will be. I see. Parachute indicators. One last thing before we give the rocket a green light. In the staging stack, you see the indicator. I see it, yeah. Chute is activated by staging, you already know that, but the background will also change color to indicate when it's safe to stage the parachute. In the foreground, the parachute is a bit of an icon. The parachute bit of the icon itself will change color depending on the parachute's state. Note, however, the default parachute will not deploy when unsafe, even if you stage them. The left three show safety. Safe. Okay, the left three show safety. Safe, risky, unsafe to deploy. The chute is unstaged, white, in the left three. The right three show the state while after staging. Armed, deployed, and cut shredded. If you're familiar with the chute icon colors, we can move on. Okay, I see. Alright, to launch! Okay, enough talk. Unlock the flight controls and you'll be clear for launch. At any time, you can press escape to pause the game. In the pause menu, you can restart the flight or end this tutorial. Now get yourself prepared to hit space when ready for launch. Don't forget our hopper has only one solid rocket motor, so there's no throttle control. But we didn't review the throttle here. Make sure to fly in a nice high arc and enjoy the flight. Usually you want to go with the curvature of the planet, don't you? Spin out. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to like recover it, but I think that's like an impossibility at this point. Safe again to deploy the parachute. Oh. Well, I think I deployed way too late. Oh, into the water. Never mind, I guess we did it. Sweet. Literally light enough to bear the way where the parachute is like... just slow descent. Oink. Landed. Well done, you tried your first quick flight. Once you've landed and splashed on Kerbin, and not in training. You can point to the mouse just above the altimeter and click the recover button on the panel that slides down and asks to be picked up. Click here, toggle group action, toggle light action, brake action, port group. Or over here. New ball, nav ball. Unlock the crew hatch, so if you feel like going out for a walk or swim, you can do that. Extravehicular activity. That will pop up when your mouse over the portrait of the purple icon you want to take for a walk. Do that just for fun or collect the surface samples. Exit training, you press escape, access the pause menu, end the scenario, return to the main menu. Okie doke. Extravehicular activity. Space, let's go. F to climb out, B to board. Dang, he's way out here, huh? Not much for it. Right, end scenario. Sweet. There. Alright. Should we go for round 2? Or number 3? Intermediate construction. I guess that makes sense. Oh no, it's Von Braun. Hello, Gun. Glad you could come back. To get started, go ahead and enter the VAB, and I'll give you the overview of what we're building today. Sure. Here we are again, out of business. If you remember, in our last construction tutorial, we covered how to build a simple hopper and some of the basics of the construction area. In this tutorial, we'll expand your knowledge of some of the more useful features in the VAB. We'll build more complex craft, Get us out of the atmosphere. Sure, man. To build our new design, let's start with a craft we built in the basic construction tutorial. This one's just called the Hopper. Save us a little bit of time, and the accounting department is always happy when we save on time. Click on the open button in the top right corner. Load the Hopper. Done. Then remove its flea motor. Not really a motor. If you mess up, you recreate the craft. I don't know how you can mess that up. Tweaking the chute. Unlike last time, we won't be bringing the whole vessel back. We can change our parachute stats from what we used before. Right-click on the parachute and verify that its deployment altitude is set to 1,000 meters. Yep. But also set the minimum pressure slider all the way to the right. 0.75 atmospheres. Corresponds to an altitude on Kerbin of about 2 kilometers. It means a much shorter time hanging around during descent. First off, let's change the name of our craft in the description if you want, so that we'll have our trash can special for later on. Simply change the name of something other than Hopper. Hopper's a good name. Hopper 2. Great. For this craft, we are going to give the ship some additional purpose by attaching a science experiment. We can run these experiments during our travels and get valuable science data for Kerbal kind. Number of science experiments to be performed, but at the moment we have only the mystery goo contaminant. Containment unit. Mystery goo containment. Switch to the science tab to look at it. That's gonna be where? It's not over here, is it? It is. There it is. It's one of the most basic scientific experiments Kerbal scientists have devised. One of the first things they want to try and understand better. I mean, they don't even know what the color of the goo is. Okay. Using symmetry, when you pick up the part, you will see that it's designed to attach to the sides of other parts. Radially. If we attach only one of these, then during flight our craft will be unbalanced. One way to solve this is to add an extra goo container on the opposite side of the rocket so they balance. Luckily we have a symmetry tool to help here. Oh, do you? These buttons control symmetry. Should I click it? These buttons control symmetry. Where? Oh, here we go. Cycle symmetry, toggle snap. Oh, not 4. We want 2. Control symmetry highlight in the angle snap can be found in the lower left corner. Press the symmetry button, or X, to cycle through the available symmetry modes. Set this to 2x and place it on the side of the pod, near the top. Like up here? Maybe not on the parachute? How's that? Looks appropriate. Decoupling parts. If we had too many parts here, the craft we are making would be too heavy to survive re-entry safely. And too heavy to be slowed by our parachute, leading to sudden impact syndrome. Wow. So we will need to add a decoupler below the pod. Decouplers can be found in the coupling tab. Let us split the craft when we no longer need the lower part. We'll be able to recover the discarded parts, but at least our craft and our Kerbal will survive re-entry and landing. Yep, decouplers can be used in many ways, but for now just add one of these to the bottom of the pod. Go to coupling, grab the TD12 and place it. Coupling, TD12 decoupler. Gotcha. Note that stack decouplers have arrows. Show which side of the effect... Oh, side that decouples. Make sure your decoupler arrows are pointing up towards the pod. Oh, I see. Like they're on the coupler itself. Revisiting the staging stack. Well done. You'll recall, I hope, that in the previous tutorial we had to adjust the staging stack when we added the engine to our earlier rocket. When you add a decoupler, the extra stage is automatically added to the stack so that any new parts below the decoupler won't be staged at the same time as those above it. You can, of course, still move these all around, but hopefully this will save you some time as you go. If you ever want to return to this default staging setup, click reset button at the bottom of the staging stack. Yeah. This time, we're going to use a liquid propellant rocket. Unlike solid rocket motors, these engines don't carry their own propellants with them, so we need to add some fuel tanks. Go to the fuel tanks tab. We are still using these early parts, so there are only FLT 100s available. Let's see. Engines, payload, aerodynamics. Which tab was it? Fuel tanks tab. I missed it. The FLT 100 fuel tank. That's not right. I gotta turn off symmetry. We're gonna need 5 of these tanks. Okay, maybe we wanted that symmetry. Get us the space. Or you grab 5 tanks from the part toolbox, though. Let me give you another tip. Because efficiency is my middle name, it goes right after Vaughn. Nope, I think that's the... I think that's like the 1940s German part. Once you place the first tank on the rocket, you can duplicate that by holding the left Alt key and clicking on the tank. You can do this on the bottom tank a few times and quickly get 5 of these attached without having to go back to the toolbox. Add 5 of these bastards. Alright, Alt 2 3. Am I doing it right? 4 5. Okie dokers. Adding a rocket engine. Good. Switch over to the engines tab now. Got the little guy, the swivel. You can see it's obviously different from the flea we used before. This is a liquid engine and it needs and burns both liquid fuel and oxidizer. Funnily enough, that's what we just added to the rocket. Attach the LV-T45 swivel at the bottom of the rocket stack now. Keep an eye on the staging stack to see how it changes. Now we got 2 stages. Adding fins. We are almost there, and you're doing fine. Maybe not as speedily as someone of my caliber, though. The last thing we are going to need to do is to give this rocket a little better stability, so it keeps going the way we want it to go. We will achieve this by adding some fins near the bottom of the rocket. Fins can be found in the Aerodynamics tab. That's gonna be right here. Basic fin. Jebediah Kerman's Junkyard and Spacecraft Parts Company. Wow. What a name. Set the symmetry mode to 4x, so we will place them on both axes. Also turn on angle snap. We want 4 symmetry and snap, I guess. Yeah, there we go. By pressing C, this will help you align the fins nearby. Drop the basic fin on the last rocket tank. Like this. Not exactly lined up, huh? Maybe we can do a little better like that. There you go. Cool. Ready to rock. Excellent. We've now got a rocket that will let us reach for the stars. Admittedly, I did say reach for, as this is a basic rocket which we can't achieve orbit, but on the bright side, that means re-entry will also be basic. You've done a great job in building a basic hopper and a suborbit capable rocket. Hopefully you've learned a few things about how to build a craft and how to use some of the shortcuts that are in here. Feel free to hang around a bit and try your hand at other things too, or perhaps you could look at the next lesson on suborbital flight, where we will see just how well this rocket performs, or head over to the science tutorial to learn how to advance your career and unlock more parts. If you could show yourself out of the construction facility with the red button on the top right when you're done experimenting, that would be great. Auf Wiedersehen. Note, any vessel you create here will be lost when you exit. This is just for playing around. Oh, I get all the parts. Wing connector D. Wing connector C. Very small nose cone. Look at wheels. Perfect. Don't save. Do not save that. An embarrassing start. Suborbital flight. We got a few of these to go through, huh? Hello, Glenn. Hello again. Hello, Glenn. Gene Kerman. That thing is barely standing up. Glad you can make it back. They will take an exciting step, getting our first Kerbal into space. With a capital S. Hopefully you remember the controls we discussed in the basic flight tutorial, but don't forget that you can always press escape, click the view key bindings button for a reminder. If you're ready, let's get started. The flight plan. Your mission today is to make a short suborbital, less than orbital flight out over the water to the east. It's a nice arcing path that will ensure a gentle, survivable re-entry. Straight up and straight down is not so good for survival. I've set up the pink target indicator on the nav ball as aim point, but do note that this is not the case for normal missions. The target marker is normally used for other things and does not help with descents. Starting with the nose pointed straight up on the launch pad or 90-degree elevation from the eastern horizon. Do I have, like, a compass? There's the flag. It's just... okay. Only one thing you need, huh? Tilt east 80-degree elevation on the nav ball 150 meters. Start at 50. Tilt east 70-degree on the nav ball by 400 meters. Start at 250. After burnout, coast up into space and have a look around. Prepare for re-entry. Lastly, re-enter and land safety. Once we reach burnout, run out of propellant, we'll have a bit more time to discuss some other things. Okay. Alrighty then. I nailed my kneecap on the desk. Again. I wish I knew which way was east. There's no sun on Kerbin, apparently, so... there is the ocean. And I guess that's about as east as you can get, apparently. Got it. Unlike the Hopper in our first lesson, this new craft has liquid fuel engines. This means we can use the throttle to set the output power of the ship's engines. Throttle is controlled by the following keys. Left ship, throttle up. Left control, throttle down. Z, throttle max. X, throttle cutoff. Try these out now. Throttle up, throttle off. Got it. Left shift, left control. Understood. SAS stands for Stability Augmentation System, although Kerbal astronauts usually refer to it as a sickness avoidance scheme. Whatever it stands for, what it does, is try to stop the ship from spinning around using the computer-controlled auto-torque drive compensator. Technology to counteract the rotation of the ship. In its simplest mode, it will keep the ship aligned with the orientation it has when you turn SAS on, or if you pitch, yaw, roll while SAS is on, the orientation when you release the controls. SAS can be activated or deactivated if on, momentarily by holding down the F key. It can be toggled by pressing the T key. Okay. If you have problems following the maneuvers, once you enable SAS and lift off, you can click the small red button on the left of the nav ball that has a miniature target indicator, lowest left of all the buttons. Gotcha. That will cause the SAS to follow the target indicator and fly for you. Note, this autopilot function will not be available until you are flying. This craft has a bit too much engine, so we're going to throttle down for launch. Set your throttle to 2/3 the upper of the 2 middle notches on the slider. Oh... what is it? Set your throttle to 2/3 the upper of the 2 middle notches on the slider. Okay, gotcha. Also turn SAS by pressing T. Man. That's a lot of controls. It will keep you pointed where you want to be pointed. Alright. Excuse me. During this lesson, some of the information is quite detailed. It could take a while to read. As this is a short suborbital hop, and I don't want you to miss anything important, I will place a warning at the top of the pages where you might want to pause the game to read. The warning will look like this. Warning. Detailed info. Press escape to pause if necessary. Gotcha. I'm a big reader, so I'm gonna be reading. Okay, enough talk. I'll unlock the rest of the flight controls and you'll be ready to launch. At any time you may press escape to pause the game. In the pause menu, you can restart the flight or end this tutorial and return to the main menu. I've enabled the target marker on the nav ball. Give it a look to make sure you see it, and then let's get ready to light the candle. Target marker on the nav ball. I think that's the purple dot. Double check your throttle set to 2/3, the upper of the 2 middle notches on the slider, and SAS is enabled. Hit space when you're ready to launch. Reminder to start turning at 50 meters. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm like really nervous all of a sudden. 50 meters. I'm turning the wrong way. I need to turn this way. 80 degrees when you reach 150. Where's my... Oh god. I can't get to 80. $80. So we're aiming towards the 70-degree pitch line. Oh, looking good. Turn a little more. Okay. Follow the marker as it moves there. Excellent work. We got the rocket just where we need it, but in order to reach space. Let the SAS keep the craft steady for a while as we accelerate further. Now go ahead and throttle up to full power. And that is left shift. Really cooking along now. Oops. Not going to clear the atmosphere. No, press escape. Choose revert, try again. I thought the... Oh no, he doesn't like me. Gotcha. Let's revert our flight. I guess my angle was too steep. I thought HDG was my angle. Was I wrong? Tilt east to 80-degree elevation on the nav ball by 150 meters per second. Start at 50. Okay. We're gonna go 2/3. Next. I'm gonna try it again. Oh, right. I gotta turn on SAS. I'm ready to go, man. Ready to go. Let's do it. Maybe at 50. Where is my... Because this isn't it. Follow the target marker to 80 degrees by the time you reach 150. Okay. I'm like missing something. Where is my... Where's my angle of attack? Oh, throttle up. See some heat effects, but we still clear the atmosphere before it gets too hot. Hold the course. I lost again. We're gonna spin out. We're gonna spin out, rotate, get the yaw going. I'm like missing something. We can spin pretty fast though. There he goes. Back to launch. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. It's just for some reason I have no idea. I mean, you don't really need a device to tell you what 80 degrees looks like, but... I mean, you'd think. Pink target indicator on the nav ball mesh for the stage. Used for other, does not help with the sense. Starting with the nose pointing straight up in the launch pad or 80 degrees elevation from the eastern horizon. Tilt to 80 degrees elevation on the nav ball by 150 meters per second. Start at 50 meters per second. Tilt east to 70 degrees by start at 250 by 400. Okay. So we want to go 80, 70. Man, ugh. Give me 2/3. Turn SAS on. HDG. I'm ready, man. Let's go again. Turn a little more. Like this? Or is it this pink line? Or this yellow line? Oh, it is this yellow line. Oh, it's on the ball. It's on the nav ball. Of course. Where else would it be? Should I be... Yeah, full throttle. There we go. What? Dude. Maybe it wasn't the yellow one. Okay. Okay, I got it now. I got it. I got it. Don't worry. It's gonna be good. Alright, 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 alright. Okay, 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 okay. Alright. Oh. Where is the ocean? Surface, and then at 50, we want angle of attack to slowly and steadily be increasing down to 70, or 80 rather. I guess it's not enough to follow this, huh? Aiming for a 70-degree pitch line. You can follow the market as it moves there. Oh god. Dude, it's not enough. It's not enough. I'm not doing it right. I am not leaving this planet. We're never getting off of Kerbin. What the fuck does this say? Tilt east to 80 degrees elevation on the nav ball. By 150 meters per second. Tilt to 70 degrees on the nav ball by 400. I can't fucking read this nav ball, man. I'm going way too far with it. I see. Don't go too fast. We don't want to go too fast. It's a purple dot. I don't know why I'm doing the yellow dot. We need to keep that yellow dot in the purple dot, I think. Oh, I didn't mean to throttle up. There, now it's at 70. Perfect. Maybe we bring it back a little. Dude, that's fast. Oh my god, I can't read that. Out of gas. Detailed info. Press escape to pause. No, you're right. Great work. Thanks, bro. You succeeded in getting your ship on the trajectory bound for space. I've now set your target indicator to align with your velocity vector. That will minimize drag by turning the smallest side of the vehicle into the airflow. Somewhere around here, you will see the nav ball speed indicator auto-switch from surface to orbit, accompanied by the speed number jumping. Go ahead and switch it back to surface mode by clicking on it until it says surface again. Okay, it says surface. You might have noticed some flickering flames near the end of our burn there, which is due to the high speed of your craft in the atmosphere. Normally, our ascent would be a little slower, but I'm sure my friend Werner has helped you build a ship that can withstand this heat, and besides this high and this slow, you'll be fine. If you want to have a look at your trajectory, you can switch to the map M key to have a look at where your projected path. Just remember to come back to flight mode again. Gotcha. Target, orbit, surface. Now that we are coasting our way to Apoapsis. That's the highest point of our current projected path. We got a little time to chat. Once you clear the atmosphere, we'll go over what we can do in space. Oh. Gonna land in the ocean. Oh, there we are! Island Airfield. Kerbal Space Center. Boomerang launch site. Desert launch site. Boomerang launch site. Space is big, man. 2 moons? The moon and Moonus? Eve? Moho? Gotcha. Oh, we can go inside the planet. Here we are. Here we are in space. Yeah, we gotta get all the way up here, huh? While we float up here beyond the atmosphere, I'll quickly tell you about the couple of things you can do. With an advanced enough astronaut complex in the KSC, we can train our Kerbals to be able to spacewalk, or EVA, although we won't be doing that on this flight. Also, when we are carrying science devices like our goo containers, we can perform experiments. Feel free to play with the goo canisters now by right-clicking on them. The goo, huh? Playing with the goo? Let's play with our goo. Observe mystery goo. Mystery goo observation. The goo seems to have clumped into a sphere, but it also appears to have become brittle. Transmit data. Keep experiment. It has 0% science value. Let's keep the experiment. We should play with our other goo. Sure. Inoperable after transmitting. Oh shit. Reorient. As we near the edge of the atmosphere again, it's time to reorient the pod to get ready for re-entry. We're only going to re-enter with the pod and the chute and goo canisters, but we're not going to decouple yet. In real missions, it's best to keep your upper stage around until the last moment. You never know when you might need it. Anyway, it's best to re-enter bottom first, and since we ascended at about 70 degrees pitch, we'll naturally re-enter at about a negative 70 degree pitch. That makes sense. That means you want to aim to the top of the capsule at 70 degree pitch line, but the opposite heading. This is at the heading of 270 on the nav ball and 70 degree pitch. Oh, okay. 270 on the nav ball and 70 degrees pitch. And I placed the target marker there to help you see where this lies. Turn SAS off, change your altitude, and then turn it back on again. Gotcha. View SAS off, turn the pitch way over. Stabilize, turn the SAS back on. Nice. Hold steady on your new flight altitude. Let SAS do its job, get ready to decouple the stage, and start re-entry. Look at Jedediah down there. He's having a grand old time. I'm ready to go. I know how to hit the spacebar. That's something I can do at least. Oh, that's bright. We appear to be in a lateral to this galaxy, even the star. Even the moon, everything is real disc shape, aren't we? So now it's time to get rid of the booster since it's weighing us down. Stage to discard the unneeded parts in math. During re-entry with your pod, there it goes. With your pod oriented this way, drag reducing items near the top. Well, okay, well, hang on. Re-entry. You are now re-entering Kerbin's atmosphere. Make sure to keep all hands and feet inside the pod at all times. We don't want you getting burnt or anything. Oh no, my knees. Don't mind the flames. Warner is a world-famous rocket scientist, after all, and he's built this ship to withstand them. Last time we watched the parachute icon to wait for the right time to open the chute. This time, we are going to do something a little different. Remember, in the construction tutorial where you designated this vessel, you set the chute to not semi-deploy until 0.75 atmospheres of pressure. That means the chute won't perform the first of its 2 deployment steps until then, even if you activate it by staging now. On Kerbin, 0.75 atmospheres means about 2,000 meters altitude above sea level, and the craft should be traveling slowly enough by then that the chute will survive deployment. Let's take the bold step of arming the chute now. Let the smarts in there pop it at the right altitude. Okay. Arm the chute now. You know you can trust me. Stage the chute now. Stage the chute now. Stage. Ready to shoot. Awesome. So while we set your chute to not actually semi-deploy until around 2 kilometers, we do look out for you at the mission control. We do need to ensure that the opening height, its second full deployment step, is correct. You can even adjust these parameters during flight, so right-click on the parachute now and check their sliders. Really? Oh yeah. You can't check it during flight. Don't touch the pressure slider, or bad things will happen, and make sure to fully deploy altitude is no less than 1,000 meters, or you will not have enough time to slow down. Once you're satisfied, just hang on until about 2 kilometers and watch the parachute trigger itself according to the settings we've chosen. While we're waiting, I want you to look at the bottom of the capsule. Note that you do not have a heat shield. You don't need one because it's such a gentle flight, actually. Actually, a heat shield would make things more dangerous on this craft because the additional mass will be pushing the limits of this module. A parachute. Understood. How do you get rid of this? I guess we'll just leave it on the screen. I suppose we'll just leave it on the screen. Man, by 50,000 meters. Now that's an atmosphere. I know, we're increasing in speed. 900, almost 1,000 meters a second. It is kind of a gentle landing, isn't it? Why'd they make the surface of Kerbin look like Play-Doh? They got rid of the music, too. Can we see our guy in there? He's definitely not in here. I think this may have been... I think this may have been a fake launch. I don't think this was a real launch. I think this guy, Jebediah here, is sitting inside his house right now. Live streaming from home. So we're in the pod. Okay, 8,000 meters? 2,000 meters, huh? Kinda tall. Will we survive? They really do take their time with it. And... deploy! Sweet. A leisurely float down to the surface. That's actually going really fast. Okay. Oh, never mind. It slowed down. Can we hop out right now? I don't remember the button to hop out. Oh, but we can spin. Yes. Yes. Man, we really are going slow. I'm glad this doesn't mess up the parachute. That's probably the best parachute ever built. Sorry. Sorry, Jebediah. Gonna do this for another 40 meters. He looks way too happy for this to be happening right now. Welcome back. Congratulations on completing and even surviving your first real mission. You managed to launch, control your vessel into space, orient yourself correctly, and land safely. I don't know about that last part. That's quite an achievement. If you want to practice this again, choose revert to launch from the pause menu, otherwise end the scenario. And be sure to check out the other tutorials. My next one is about going for orbit, and it's really exciting. Okay, I'll take you up on that. Why can you spin while... Oh! I'm gonna mix up this ocean. Revert flight, end scenario, end scenario. Training? Go for orbit. What? Advanced construction? I think, okay, we want advanced construction. We're not going for orbit yet. Alright. Oh no, it's Werner von Braun again. Welcome to the third and final tutorial about construction, the advanced construction tutorial. I've had to delay some important work today to fit this in, so pay close attention as I show you how a real rocket scientist makes orbital craft. Go inside the VAB. Here we go. We're building a real rocket, not the fake rocket we were just piloting. In our last tutorial, we built a vessel that could escape the atmosphere, but it didn't have enough oomph to escape for long. This time around, we'll cover more advanced rocket design concepts like multiple stages and boosters. As well as, excuse me. As well as the extra parts like RCS and solar panels. You'll want these if you spend more than a few minutes in orbit. When we're done, you'll have a craft capable of ascent to orbit, orbital operations, and a safe return to Kerbin. You can test it out in the Go for Orbit tutorial, which will teach you how to make use of it all. Gotcha. You'll notice there are lots more parts available this time. That's because an orbit-capable craft is much more complex than that little puddle jumper I showed you how to make last time. Wow, this is my first ever craft. However, the main principles are the same, so I hope you remember what I taught you. If you mess up and say somehow manage to delete your whole craft, you can hit Ctrl-Z to undo the last change. Okay, that's a lot more parts actually. Again, you have only one pod available, so go ahead and select it. Gotcha. If you select the wrong part, click it on it and pick it up, delete, etc. Just like last time, select the parachute. I don't remember where the parachutes are. Not in command and control. It's a thruster pack. Is it under parachutes? It's under utility. Just like last time, select the parachute and place it. Again, like last time, adjust the parachute parameters by right-clicking the part you just placed. Minimum pressure at 0.75. Am I getting a phone call? I am getting a phone call. Give me a second. It was a scam. It was a scam. And again, like last time, maybe I should have answered it on stream. That'd be something. 0.75 at 1,000 meters altitude, or yeah. No. Yes, no. 1,000 kilometers? No. I don't know. Never mind. We're now going to construct an upper stage. This upper stage will finish placing the pod in orbit, and once there, provide RCS steering, thrusters, and electricity for the pod. It will also provide all maneuvering capability in orbit, including the re-entry burn. It's going to consist of a decoupler, we don't want to carry it home, an RCS fuel tank, a liquid fuel tank, 4 RCS thrusters, 4 solar panels, 4 batteries, an efficient upper stage engine. That's quite the shopping list, isn't it? So let me know when you're ready to proceed. Firstly, we will add a stack decoupler below the pod, to let us discard the parts we don't want to bring back with us. Grab a decoupler from the toolbox, which is not the fuel tank. Coupling. We want the regular, not the radial decoupler. Pay close attention to the little red arrows we discussed before point upward. They do indeed. If the arrows are pointing down, that's not good. Detach it from the bod, then use WASD to rotate it the right way up and reattach it. Now we'll add an RCS tank. RCS stands for Reaction Control System, and this fuel will help us with fine maneuver. Go to the tanks category, add an FLR120 RCS fuel tank under the decoupler. Let me look. Fuel tanks. The 120, you got it. Right under the decoupler. Your craft is not going to need all the monopropellant in the tank, so to save some weight, right-click it, and move the slider down to 96. Fascinating. RCS is generally less efficient, but it's good for small velocity changes in any direction, rather than just forwards like the main engines do, and can be used to rotate the craft as well as move it. We'll be adding multiple liquid fuel tanks in this stage to get the right amount for the upper stage engine, and we need an extra tank to offset the weight of the RCS. So add a tiny rocket propellant tank. It's the one named T100 fuel tank. Add a medium one, the T400 fuel tank. Okay. So, we want propellant tanks, not engines, right? No. We want the 100. And then we want the 400. Gotcha. Lastly, for the main parts of this upper stage, we'll add an engine. The Terrier engine produces almost no thrust at sea level air pressure, but is highly efficient in space and above 20 kilometers where the atmosphere is thin enough to not interfere with the exhaust. Sorry, I gotta get a drink. This makes it a good choice for an upper stage, since the engine will not be activated until the rocket has reached the conditions where this kind of engine works well. If you select the wrong engine, you can always throw it away again, try again. Add an LV-909 Terrier to the bottom of the tank. There's the Terrier, not the hammer, the Terrier. Gotcha. Nicely done. Nicely done. That's a pretty well assembled upper stage, if I do say so myself. I'll get you to orbit if you put enough rocket under it. While we have this reasonably simple vessel here, let's explore one of the other useful tools we have available. To make sure that your ship flies controllably, some parts need to be placed carefully around a point inside the ship called the center of mass. This COM is a spot where the mass on one side is balanced by the mass on the other side. Thrust applied through the COM will cause the ship to move without unwanted rotation, while thrusting properly applied around the COM will cause the ship to rotate without moving. This makes the COM such a useful and important thing that we added a tool so the assembly building can show it to you with a marker. Let's have a look at how that indicator works here. Click on the COM indicator and toggle have to play. Click on the COM indicator toggle and we'll have a play. Here's a picture of it with the indicator highlighted. That's... where? Useful, important thing. So assembly building should have marked. Let's have a look at it, how the indicator works. Here it is. We want the center of mass relay button. There it is. Center of mass is in the middle. Hopefully. Watch the COM. Okay, let's adjust the fuel level. Oh, I'm no good at reading. Fuel levels in some of the tanks and see how that affects the center of mass. Right-click on each of the fuel tanks and drag the fuel and oxidized propellants level down to 0. Don't touch the monopropellant levels as they won't be burnt by the Terrier engine. Not the monopropellant, the liquid fuel. Oh, it bounces. I see. Oh, I didn't want to do this. Oh, that raises it up a ton. That's some heavy fuel. As you're doing this, you will see the COM move. During flight, the vessel's COM will move the same way as it burns until the tanks are empty. I gotta empty them out. There you go. Go ahead and refill the tanks. Dude, that 400 fuel tank is heavy duty. Proceed to some of the accessories of our upper stage. They'll transform it from merely something that gets us into orbit into something that helps us once we're there. Now that you know where the COM is when the stage is full, when it is empty, you have the information. Oh, my legs. Information you need to place RCS thrusters. RCS thrusters are found in the command and control category, which is here. There it is, the thruster pack. Moving the spaceship without rotating it is called translation. This is a useful kind of maneuver for several reasons, including docking to another craft. In order for translation with RCS to avoid unwanted rotation, you need to balance the thrusters around the COM so the net sum of forces is balanced right on this natural pivot point. For two equal sets of thrusters, each set should be equidistant from the COM, and for a single set, what we're doing here, they should be right around the COM itself. What makes this complicated is that the COM changes during flight, as you just saw. Oh, that's right. So you need to place the thrusters at a compromise point between the wet COM and the dry COM. Note that in career mode games, RCS thrusters don't become available until fairly late. In the meantime, the reaction wheel capability built into your command pod will probably be enough for turning in space, though reaction wheels will not allow you to translate. I see. Let's turn on angle snap to make aligning the thruster parts easier. It's on. Do that by clicking on the toggle snapping icon in the lower left by pressing C to ensure that we have a 4x symmetry turned on. That's 3x. We want 4x. Then we want the 105 RCS thruster block. Look, they're these tiny little things, huh? The tiny rocket propellant tank is about right. Place attached to him, just in case you need a hint. So we want this one. If you don't get the placement quite right... There we go. Placement quite right, you can also use the offset gizmo to fine-tune their position. Make sure you turn angle snap off before using the offset. You will want fine adjustment for that, and with snap turned on, the adjustments are anything but fine. Click the offset mode icon on the upper left of the main editor window just to the right of the part list and click on the RCS part. Drag one axis indicator to move it. If you want to reset this adjustment, hit space. When done, go back to placement mode. So like this. And turn toggle snapping off, and it's a lot finer. Or something like that. When you're done, turn the COM indicator off. Oh, don't place that there. Turn the COM indicator off. Electric charge. Excuse me, I'm gonna get another drink of water. I'm talking non-stop since I started. Okay. Let me look. Electric charge. Lots of things on a craft use electric charge. That's what us cool scientists call rocket electricity. Is that true? In order to keep your batteries topped off, you will need a way of generating power. Now, some engines generate electricity while they're running, but you don't want to keep your engine running in orbit. Your orbit would get all kinds of messed up and you'll run out of propellant. Our command pod has some batteries built into it, but to be safe, you can add more batteries. You can add solar panels or other electricity generating items. We're going to be doing both. Switch to your electrical. Now, and ensure we have angle snap turned on and there's still 4x safety mode. We want to turn on angle snap. We'll use our part rotation skills to adjust the panels before placing them. That's WASD de Quay keys we used earlier. Grab the OXSAT solar panel. The OXSTAT photovoltaic panels. Oh, I see. Hold it over the lower end of the fuel tanks and press A. Way at the bottom? Or these fuel tanks? Place a set of Z100 batteries between the solar panels. Oh, I don't think this is right. I don't think this is where you want... Because these are going to decouple. Excellent work! Yeah, we'll see what it looks like when we get to the pad. When they actually fix my, my awful work. Excellent work! You built a nice starter upper stage. Which will do well for some orbital exploration. Now we need to work on getting it up to orbit, and for that, we'll build up our lower stage. Oh, okay. So this is gonna be like a late decoupling, never mind. In comparison to the upper stage, it's quite simply just a couple of tanks and an engine. That won't be enough alone, however, so we'll add some boosters too. Add another TD12 stack decoupler. Where's my couplers? A stack decoupler. To the bottom of the engine? Okay, it just coats it. Oh, and notice how when you add the decoupler, a fairing is placed around the engine. This will get jettisoned automatically when we stage the decoupler. Okay, does that mess with the center of mass? Now we need to add fuel tanks for our lower stage. Add 2 of the medium rocket propellant tanks, the T400s, and the big boys, to the bottom of the stack. 1. Don't do this. Just do it. Yeah, just give me 1. There we go. God, those are heavy. For our lower stage, we need an engine that is a sustainer. What, like a Dota character? That's an engine that burns from liftoff until well after the boosters separate. It is a Dota character. Let's get scientifical for a second. Rocket engine performance is measured by specific impulse, or ISP. And the ISP of an engine changes as the amount of atmospheric pressure around it changes. Just as the upper stage needed an engine that is good at the low air pressure of high altitudes, the lower stage will need boosters which are powerful at the higher air pressure of low altitude of the launch pad. Sorry. And to help carry the rocket through the transition from launch to upper stage. It will need a sustainer engine, which usually sits between boosters and the upper stage engine from a performance perspective, having a wide range in between the two. So add the big engine you see there, the LV T45 swivel, to the bottom of the tanks as our sustainer. Engines, we want the T45 swivel. Gotcha. At its default thrust level, the swivel is too powerful for the rocket we're creating, and for the ascent profile we're going to teach you in the Go for Orbit tutorial. So you'll need to lower its thrust level. This isn't as good a solution as picking a smaller, lighter engine with the thrust level we want, but, well, there are only so many options. Right-click the swivel and lower its thruster limit to 65. Down to 65. It will only produce 65% of its full thrust potential, but it'll also run longer because it's only burning 65% as much fuel. It sounds like a Minecraft villager. Add radial decouplers. Nice. You now have the core of your rocket completed, but as I said before, we'll also be adding boosters to help the sustainer engine get the rocket up and running. We'll add 2 boosters symmetrically so that we keep our craft balance, and to make sure we don't lug the useless dry mass of the boosters around after they burn out. We'll attach them using decouplers. This time, however, we'll use a radial decoupler so the boosters can sit beside our lower stage core instead of under it. That way, the sustainer and boosters can fire at the same time. Select the TT38K radial decoupler and add it 2x symmetry near the bottom of the lower tank on the lower stage. On a double, we want to go to coupler, and we want the radial decoupler near the bottom of the lower tank on the lower stage. So we want it way at the bottom. Where is my... Here we go. That was, what's that? Oh man, we have so many stages now. More boosters is something you often hear around the KSC, and now it's time to add some. Add a pair of RT10 Hammer SRBs to the decouplers so we have that extra kick early on. Okay. Whoa. Like that? That's how you attach them? They're sitting a little high. Like that. That looks good. Unlike LF, liquid fuel, engines, where you can adjust the throttle during flight, once you light an SRB, it burns at constant thrust till it's out of fuel. We can, however, use the throttle limiter as we did on the swivel to set the constant thrust before we roll out to the launch pad. Right-click on one of the SRBs and change its thrust limiter to 50. That affects both, okay. Do note that changing a tweakable value on one part, that means that's been placed using symmetry will have the same change applied to its symmetry counterparts. There you go. Remember when I said I'd teach you how to make that pod and thumpercraft from construction basics survivable? Well, this thrust adjusting is how that could be done, although you'd also have to put a decoupler onto it. Adding a nose cone. Right now, the SRPs have flat pancake tops, which is simply not a good look. Oh, and bad aerodynamically. Let's fix that by adding a pair of nose cones. Nose cones can be found in aerodynamics. An aerodynamic nose cone, like Goliath National Products. You can add a pair of them by adding 2x symmetry. There you go. Add fins. While we're on that tab in the toolbox, let's add some fins too. Fins come in various shapes and sizes, and as we learned earlier, will help you stabilize your craft. Since these fins are control surfaces, they also add some extra control authority when low in the atmosphere, where the air is thick enough for them to have a helpful effect. Add the AV R8 winglets in 4x symmetry near the bottom of the lowest fuel tank at the lowest stage. Make sure you don't intersect the decouplers and SRBs. If they do overlap these parts, any flight would be interesting but exceptionally short. You got me. I was absolutely going to do something silly like that. Anyway, yeah, I gotta get rid of these, and I guess I gotta push these up. I guess maybe we do it at... I don't know. like, maybe like at like a quadrilateral angle or something? Is that the right word? And then move these back down? Not 4. Like that? Does that look right? Well, it's what we're rocking with. Excellent. We've now got all the components on our basic orbital. Looks good. Hope so. Let's run through a few extra things before we call it a day. Firstly, we should review the staging stack to check the order of actions and parts displayed there. It's likely I've highlighted this for you, because the SRBs are set to fire before the sustainer, and that just won't do. You won't have enough thrust to get off the pad that way. Move the swivel staging icon down into the same stage as the SRBs. Alright. Is this our swivel? No. Our swivel is here. We want it down to the same stage as the SRB, so 6. Like that. Note that the automatically created staging sequence would work if we did not want the long-burning sustainer to ignite at the same time as the high-thrust boosters, but since we do, we had to adjust it manually. I see. Finally, pick up the pod and rotate it 90 degrees around the vertical axis. Press Q or E, align for launch. This will rotate the ship not just in the VAB, but also set its orientation when we go to the launch pad so that our desired flight heading of east, compass 90, will be a matter of steering in the pitch up and down. Solar panels and the other things being too low. Yeah, it does look a little weird. We'll see what it looks like out on the pad when we get to the suborbital tutorial. Or the orbital tutorial. By default, parts in the VAB are oriented that way so that they are aligned north. Pick up the pod and rotate it 90 degrees. Pick up the pod and rotate it 90 degrees. Gotcha. Pick up the entire rocket ship and simply rotate it. We always make every effort to ensure our brave crew survive. And hopefully you will take the same stance in your space program. It doesn't always work out that way, of course, but it's the thought that counts, at least to those of us not in the rocket at the time. Thank you, Werner von Braun. With that in mind, let's set up an abort action group for your craft, for use in case of emergency. Note that in career mode, you'll have to upgrade the VAB or SPH in order to access action groups. Click on the turquoise action group button on the left toolbar. It's part of the cluster of 3 buttons. What is it? The turquoise action groups button on the left toolbar. Oh, actions. Oh man, we're programming. I didn't know there was programming in Kerbal. I'm not gonna lie. Part of the cluster of 3 buttons. Gotcha. This is a cluster of 5. I don't know. Okay, let me get another drink. And we are learning today. I didn't think there was gonna be this much learning. Action groups let you assign the functions of one or more parts to a simple, specific key. There are some default action groups. Landing gear automatically go in the gear group. Jeez. Brakes on wheels go in the brake group, etc. And some custom ones activated by the keyboard, not keypad numbers. Because of the order that these keys on standard boards, the action groups are numbered 1 through 9 and then 0. I see. I have 00 on my keyboard. To set up an action group, click on the desired action key from the menu, then click on the part you want to activate. The actions already assigned to that group appear in the group action column, and the actions that can be assigned from the selected parts appear in the selective column. To add and remove items, you simply click on them to move them left or right, blah blah blah. To clear on the action group, selection of the part, click reset in the selection column. We're going to set up the abort action group. It's triggered by pressing backspace or by clicking the big red abort button in flight. It slides out from the left of the altitude panel on the top of the screen. When you mouse over that area first, click on the abort button in the action group column. We're going to want to click abort. I don't have to like drag it or anything, right? Great. Now click the decoupler right below the pod and add its decouple action to the group. So this decoupler. First decoupler. And add its decouple action to the group. Decouple. There it is. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Then click on each liquid engine in turn. Oh, then click on each liquid engine in turn and assign their shutdown functions to the group. So... Oh, the liquid engines. So it's gonna be in here? That's the Terrier. Okay. Click on one of the radial decouplers. Okay, hang on. Add a shutdown function. Shutdown engine. Okay. Assign decouple. Finally, click on one of the radial. Okay, because it's symmetrical, so you only need to do one. And we want decouple. Since these were placed in yeah, okay. These were placed in symmetry, applying the action to one rail decoupler will apply it to all of them. Great. Now, when you trigger the abort action in flight, the engines will shut down, or if they can't shut down, be decoupled. The capsule will separate from the rest of the ship, and it should be safe to land by itself. Remember to deploy your parachute once it's safe, however. Is that my door foot? No, okay. Somebody dropped something outside, I guess. This may require staging a number of times, since the stage counter won't advance by itself when parts decouple before they are staged. I missed something. I think I need to shut down this engine as well. Okay, yeah. And there we are! Your orbital rocket is ready to fly. It's been a long lesson, and thanks for hanging in there, in which we've covered lots of different advanced techniques for rocket construction. Give the new ship a name and save it. That's always a good practice. Then I recommend you try flying it on the... Oh, flying it's gonna be... I'd rather build than fly it. It's nerve-wracking to fly these things. Okay. I guess we'll get in the good practice of naming it this the Big Cheese. Don't save. Alright, training. We're gonna go for orbit. Here we go. Alright, let's get this thing off the ground. Come back, Gene Kerman. Alright. Today we will tackle an absolutely essential skill for any space program. Getting to orbit. Without this skill, we might as well be teaching you Kerbal Flight Simulator. I trust you've already checked the other flight tutorials as well as the advanced construction one to be familiar with the Kerbal 1 vessel we will be launching today. Oh no, I did... Yeah, see, that's such a weird place to put the solar panels, right? I guess we did build it right. If not, I highly recommend you do so before going through this one. If you want to go back and try the others, then press escape. Nope, we will be flying today. Alright then, let's do it. As I said before, the plan here is to get our vessel and pilot safely into orbit. We'll see. As with the suborbital flight we did previously, we will follow a curved path to get to the point where we can circularize... Is that a word? Circularize? Our orbit. Today's gravity turn, however, will be much shallower than the path we followed previously so that we build speed towards orbit. Okay. So it's gonna be... We're gonna cut it pretty hard then. This is different from how the Kerbal pilots of old did it. They would head straight up and then hang a right, as if the air was soup or something. We'll be turning early and smoothly, but don't turn too far, you might be mistaken for one of those low-flying turkeys. I guess they have turkeys in Kerbin. Well, that's some lore right there. As with the previous flight, I will place a target marker on the nav ball to show you the optimal velocity vector. But do note that this indicator won't be around normally and is not usually used the way this tutorial uses it. I'll also display some technical information about your path as you go, help you learn the right way to get there. For now, set your throttle to the max, press Z, and prepare to launch. Alrighty then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You should now see the marker on the nav ball, so you'll have something to follow, and this ship has been designed so that you don't need to worry much about throttle control during the ascent. Hit space when you're ready, go for orbit. If you want Valentina, the Kerbal pilot, to fly the curve for you, then you can enable SAS and set the mode to target after liftoff. Maybe we try it ourselves first, and then if we get yelled at by Mr. Gene here, then we'll see. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. And we simply have to follow this ascent. Oh, it's really shallow. Okay. Time to start pitching down. Follow the target marker. Oh, God. Hang on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Maybe I should have turned on the SAS. I need to be down here in that purple area. We're getting there. It's cool, man. It's cool. Something went wrong here, you're way off course. You need to be quick about following the instructions. If you have trouble controlling your vessel, turn it... No. No, we can do this. We can do this. Give me a second. Hang on. Turn the pitch around like this. And then pull it down quite a bit. We want to drag this yellow marker downwards and not completely lose control. I cannot get this over there, man. We're already at max thrusters. If you still have propellant left, you can try reaching orbit on your own, or you can try aborting and landing. Nope, I'm doing it. We're doing it. Oh. Got really quiet. I don't think... Otherwise, please. Why don't you have SAS on? I thought I'd like to try manually at first. But I think you're right. So for now, we're gonna spin out and restart. Revert. Alright. Gonna keep going with it. Set to max. Turn on SAS. And... go. Where's the ocean? There's the ocean. But we also need... There we go. So far, so good. Don't worry about the throttle. I'll prompt you along the way. Thank you, Gene. That's a bit steep. Oh no, looks like I overpitched. My bad. We'll do it again. Max. SAS. Launch again. Alright. We'll get it this time. I need to actually move both boosters down there during construction. That's good to know. Very gradual ascent. You have to pull it forward and then pull it back. Get ready to eject. They explode when you let them go? That's insane. Much smoother with the SAS on, for sure. Keep following the target indicator and be ready to discard the even lower stage. Don't blow up. Bro. I gotta do it again. We were doing so good. Oh yeah. Thrust and launch again. It's cool, man. It's cool. I'm just like an awful pilot. What happened? I have no idea. I have no idea. But it's okay. We can give Valentina here like another ride on the spaceship. On a scary-ass flight. It pulls up and then it pulls back down a little. Yeah. It's really weird. Gene is a terrible tutor? I don't think so. That was an accident. I saw... No! I saw press space, get ready to press space, and I accidentally hit space. I got nervous. I got nervous again. Okay. One more time. Let's do this. I forgot to turn on SAS. Alright. The next time Gene here says space, don't just hit space. Alright, there we go. So far, so good. This thing kind of turns on its own, which is really weird because it's symmetrical. Average curved planet. Oh. Doing great. Thanks, Gene. SRB's away. I need to pull it down a lot more again. Stay in target. Don't go crazy with it. Oh god. Oh god. $700 meters a second. It's fucking fast, man. Don't blow up. I don't want that one to blow up, though. Stage... Oh, I'm... Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. I'm not... I'm not staging when I should be. Well, maybe we can do it. Maybe you won't get too mad at us. Once you establish your ascent as an arc, an aerodynamically stable rocket tends to follow that arc. Yeah. But I bet you I can spin really fast. It's actually really fast. Whoa, off it goes. To the moon. That has no problem leaving orbit. Do it again. I want to impress... No, you guys don't get it. I want to impress Gene. He was there for me when I needed it the most. Kerbin Academy. Valentina has been doing this like 6 times. Failed to impress me. He's not a very impressive character. But he's got like a... He's got a nice blazer on. I don't know how he got into it, but... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wiggling like a lot. Stop wiggling. We're gonna get this. It's so finicky. Are real rockets really this finicky? Like if you accidentally press like your W key too many times, does like the whole rocket explode or something? You're right, SAS wasn't on, thank you. That's why. Man. What would we do without technology? We'd have to fly rockets into space via stick. I can't even drive stick. Back it up a little. That has to affect like the flight path somehow. Just having your second stage boosters like that just explode. Okay, we need to pull this down like a lot. Discard the lower stage. Oh, I'm ready, Gene. I'm ready for us to finally hit orbit again. Space. Start the upper engines. Excellent. Survive through the first phase of launch. A gentle burn accelerate towards apoapsis. I think that's how you say that. Switch to map mode. Have a look at the trajectory of the rocket while we get there. Let's take a look. And there's our ascent. And then our preceding descent. And here's what that looks like inside the planet. Inside Kerbin is just a large ocean of nothingness. Altitude 40,000 meters. Well, that's something. Great! Now you can keep an eye on the trajectory while we track our future path. If you hover the apoapsis, be able to see the estimated highest altitude on our future path. You can right-click on the marker to pin it, remain visible for you even when you move your mouse away. I see. We need to keep burning along the path until we clear the atmosphere by a handy margin. We'll aim for 80 kilometers. Cut the engine, press X once the apoapsis hits 80 kilometers. We'll cut it for you once it passes 81. Meanwhile, I'll keep an altitude display open so you can track your progress ascending, and an apoapsis display to track your progress reaching an 80 kilometer AP. Here we are, lads. In space, I think. I don't know where the atmosphere stops in Kerbin. Coasting along. And that's going to get us there. I made sure the engine is shut off now, and we'll coast till we clear the atmosphere at 70 kilometers altitude. You may notice your speed dropping a little as we coast. That's nothing to be concerned about. It's just gravity trying to bring us down and air trying to prevent our success. We'll beat it through. We'll beat it, though. You're looking good. Thank you, Gene. Meanwhile, I'll keep an altitude display open so you can track your progress ascending to the apoapsis. Very good. Vacuum starts at 70 kilometers. Okay, I see. Quiet up here. The sun is bright. Orient your vessel. You're almost there. Now all we need to do is accelerate some more so that we can fall past Kerbin. That's basically what an orbit is, falling and missing. Gravity will be pulling us towards the center of Kerbin. We'll be traveling so fast that we constantly miss. Rotate your craft to align with the with the prograde marker. We'll learn more about that later, or use SAS maneuver mode when it's time to throttle up, I'll tell you. Maneuver. Oh, I see. In regular game, the purple button bottom left will show you the apoapsis and periapsis numbers. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the falling ring. We want to be at the I get it, I see. Year 0, day 0. Time mode. Oh, there's the speed. Now throttle up. I'll cut your engines once you complete the burn. I've calculated so you can use stealth once you use stable orbit. Got it. Throttled up. $2,000 meters a second. Congratulations, you are now officially in orbit. That's quite the achievement. Hopefully you can see the difference between the suborbital hop and this reaching orbit ascent, just how far and early we turned. Also notice how we designed our rocket to accelerate reasonably through the ascent, and didn't go straight to ludicrous speed. Overpowering the ship is a common rookie mistake. Summary. That's as far as I will be taking you today. We can catch up again in Orbit 101 tutorial where I will show you about orbits and adjusting them. If you want to fly solo for a bit, you can also try bringing Valentino home during this tutorial flight. You will need to turn around 180 degrees and burn retrograde until your periapsis is less than 20 kilometers, at which height the atmosphere will do most of the braking for you. Stage away the upper stage when you hit the atmosphere's edge, orient retrograde, and re-enter like I taught you in the Flight Basics tutorial. Or simply choose End Scenario from the pause menu and I'll see you again. Well, what if we just fly towards the planet or whatever? That would be... let me see. That would be kind of tough. So... can I see this? My trajectory? Oops, I just staged out. Well, she's stuck in orbit now. Gonna be a while before you get caught in it. There. Now we stage for parachute just in case. Maybe when we come around again, we'll hit the thruster. Alright. Next, you can perform rescue missions. Oh, I didn't know that. Orbiting 101. Oh my god, we still got a couple of tutorials to go through. Bear with me. My first time ever playing this video game. Welcome to Orbiting 101 training program. I'm Gene Kerman, and I'm going to teach you the basics of orbiting. I assume you've already done the basic flight tutorials and are now ready to learn how to get around in space. If you haven't done them, well, I hope you know what you're doing. Let's get started. What a thing to say. Now this is a lovely looking rocket. They put a satchel charge on the side just in case they want to, you know, explode themselves. Orbiting is really nothing more than free falling. The only thing is that as you fall, you're moving so fast forward that you actually miss the ground. Because up here there is no atmosphere to slow you down at this height, you will continue to free fall endlessly around the planet without having to use your engines. We are currently on a low, almost circular orbit around Kerbin. To get a better view of the situation, press M to go into map view. There's Kerbin. That's a pretty classic looking planet, huh? It's got 2 moons. The moon. And Minmus. This is the map view. Here you can see your ship's position and its current trajectory around the planet. Hold right click and move the mouse to look around. See your orbit from various angles. Oh, look, a crater. Also, hovering over the icons on the map will display more information about them, and by right-clicking the node, we'll pin the info. The periapsis, the apoapsis. Close the map when you're ready. I am ready. Good. Let's get practical now. I trust you already know your basic spacecraft control. Up here, they're very much the same, except the lack of an atmosphere makes the ship behave quite a bit differently. Because there's no drag slowing you down, for every input you apply, you'll have to apply an opposite one to come to a stop again. I'm going to remotely nudge your altitude controls a little. Try to get the ship back under control afterwards. If you find yourself totally out of control, hit T to toggle SAS and it will automatically cancel any remaining actions. Are you ready? Not at all. Oh, fuck. There, you are piloting now. Stop rotation using the pitch, yaw, and roll controls. I suggest you use the nav ball to orient yourself instead of looking at the ship. The nav ball isn't affected by the camera rotation, so it should be easier to get your bearings through this instrument than by looking at the outside. I see. I have to know... hang on. So if you're spinning this way, you need to be going the other direction, which is this. I think. Or we could just hit T. They got it, they got it. It's cool. Nicely done, thanks. As you can tell, I'm not a very good pilot. Nicely done. Altitude control is an essential skill for a spacecraft pilot. Master it, and you'll be well on your way to becoming an expert pilot. You can try it again if you want. Press next. I will click the next button. Let's have a look at the nav ball now. You've probably seen the symbols on it when you were spinning around. Here's what they mean. Green, prograde and retrograde vectors. They point towards and away from your velocity vector, respectively. That's it. It points to and away from where you're going. Very good. Blue, radial in and out vectors. They point towards and away from the currently orbited body. Oh, I see. Pink, normal and anti-normal vectors. They are perpendicular to the orbital plane. They point upwards and downwards with respect to the orbital plane, respectively. The orbital plane is relative to this, like, the galaxy? Unless there's, like, a flat disk I don't know about somewhere in space that we're using as reference. Okay, now let's try something a little more involved. Open your map again. Gotcha. What we want to do now is go through some of the basic maneuvers you'll need to know. Let's try raising your apoapsis first. The apoapsis is the highest point in an orbit. It's indicated by the node marker, AP. Best place to raise your apoapsis is at the periapsis, PE node, which is the lowest point of your orbit. If you hover the mouse over the periapsis, you'll see that we are going to reach it in a few minutes. Once there, we will face prograde and burn. Whoa. Press period to speed it up a little so we can get there faster. Okay, time is now passing 5 times faster than normal, so we should be there in a few moments. Control time warp with period and comma. This time, I'll put us back to normal time about a minute before we reach periapsis. Okay. And start lowering the rate even earlier. Outside of training, though, you'll have to warp time down to 1x yourself, so don't go too fast or you might miss your mark. You can also click on any given point in your orbit and click the Warp Here option. The ship systems will automatically warp time as fast as possible to get you there. Ooh. Warp Here. Auto time warp cancelled. That's right, Kerbal's flat. Good. Time to do our burn. Turn the ship to face the prograde vector now. Remember that you can just activate the stability assist key and click the orbit prograde button next to the nav ball, and the ship's pilot or probe core will do it for you. That's really convenient. Remember the prograde vector looks like this. Make sure the ship is pointing towards it before accelerating. So I want the prograde. Okay, now we're turned prograde again. Click SAS is engaged. Check SAS is engaged for you to keep her steady. Press Z to accelerate. The full throttle. Notice the opposite side of your orbit starts to rise as you accelerate. What is? It's getting much further out. Keep thrusting prograde into your apoapsis. Your apoapsis altitude reaches 800,000 meters. That's a pretty big orbit. 600, 700,000, and... done. There's no food, water, or life support, so you don't have to worry about time. Oh, okay. You really just can float out here forever, then. Well done. This is how you raise your apoapsis node. With orbital maneuvers, pretty much everything you do will affect the opposite side of your orbit. So to raise the highest point, your apoapsis, you thrust forward, or prograde, at the lowest point, your periapsis. Similarly, to raise your periapsis, you thrust prograde at apoapsis. We're on our way to apoapsis now, so let's do just that. Press next when you're ready. I'll warp time to get us there quickly. Okay, we're on our way to the apoapsis node now. Notice how your ship loses speed as we rise. That's because we're climbing away from the planet, so we lose speed as we go higher. Just like a ball does when thrown into the air back on Kerbin. The higher you are, the slower your orbit will be. Notice how the moon's orbital speed is around 540 meters per second. You can see this by hovering over the moon's marker. Yes, it is. while yours is far higher. That's because our orbit is so much lower than that of the moon. When we reach apoapsis, we will burn prograde again to raise the periapsis node and circularize our orbit. But oblong orbits are cool. Like Halley's Comet, you only show up once every couple thousand years. 100 years. Decades. I don't actually know. Here we are, same as before. Turn your ship to face prograde. Mind that we are probably facing the other way right now, so the prograde marker might not be visible at the time, but you find it easily because it's on the opposite side from the retrograde marker. Once you're facing the right direction, fire up the engine, at which point the periapsis rises. So we want to face prograde again, right? Prograde? Prograde. Like that. Because we were locked into prograde, so... Okay, let's fire up. Keep burning until near circular eccentricity will be 0 when it's perfectly circular, so keep an eye on that eccentricity, measure how elliptical your orbit is. 0 means the orbit is circular. Where is the measure for eccentricity? Okay, well, that works. Nicely done! This is how you change the size of your orbit. This maneuver should come in handy in many situations. Next, we'll look into changing your orbit inclination. Did I miss something somewhere? No, maybe not. Okay. Halley's Comet comes around 70 years. There you go. So almost every century it shows back up. Way cooler than an elliptical. You wanna be like, when stuff shows up around like the planet once or twice, you wanna be like scared if it's gonna hit you or not. Your orbital inclination is the angle between your orbit and Kerbin's equator. If you manage to maintain a reasonable amount of control so far, we should still be in a nearly 0-degree inclination orbit. That is, even though we've changed the altitude of our orbit, it still has the same inclination as before. Changing inclination is done by thrusting at a 90-degree angle to your prograde vector, but without changing your pitch relative to the surface. On our present nearly equatorial orbit, prograde is due east. That means to increase our inclination so that our orbit takes us into higher latitudes, we have to burn towards the normal direction. Orbiting 101 normal vectors. If all that I just said made your head spin, the nav ball once again comes to your rescue. In this case, you will need to use the normal vector to change your orbital inclination. Let's try that now. Turn the ship to the normal vector's direction and open the throttle. Gotcha. Let's see. Well, so we want this guy, which is the normal vector. Ah, the SAS is so handy. Alright, here we are at normal vector. I think blue goes up. Yeah, blue goes up. Here we go. Alright, we ready? And we need to open the throttle. Inclination. Notice how, as you burn north, your orbit starts to tilt up on one side, but the periapsis and apoapsis nodes remain mostly the same. Oh yeah, look at that. That's because we are accelerating on a completely new direction, so this maneuver doesn't add or take away any energy from the orbit, as long as we are careful to continue facing normal during the burn. Keep accelerating towards this normal until you inclination about 70. Good, this is how you change your orbital inclination. I see. For these maneuvers, it's always better to do it in the slowest part of the orbit so you don't have to spend as much delta V to turn your orbit around. That also means inclination changes on larger orbits, such as we are on, now take less fuel than the same inclination change on a lower orbit. Also keep in mind that changing inclination doesn't necessarily mean accelerating to the north or south. It means accelerating at right angles to your prograde vector, which on our nearly equatorial orbit also happens to be towards the north. Next, let's look into the last essential maneuver you'll find to learn, lowering your orbit. As you can imagine, lowering your orbit's altitude is very much like raising it, only in reverse. Because there's no air up here, we can use our main engines to decelerate as well as accelerate, because the ship's orientation will not cause problems with airflow, and flying backwards is easy as flying forward. Also, since our orbit is nearly circular, we can just turn retrograde and do our burn at any time now, so let's get to it. Turn towards the retrograde vector and start the engine up again. So we want retrograde. And then we want to fire off. Keep burning retrograde until the periapsis altitude is around 20,000 meters. Try to get as close as possible this time. If you overshoot and make it too low, turn program and accelerate a little, bring it back up. For precision, remember that you can fine-tune your throttle using left control and left shift keys. Ooh, okay. So we can actually, like, fire down to 20,000 meters then. Whoa. That's too much. Oh well. I guess we'll crash into the planet eventually then. Hit me atmosphere, so now you re-entry course to Kerbin. Once we're below 60,000 meters, the atmosphere will start slowing the ship down. Oh, mind. To the point that it doesn't have enough velocity to rise back up again. Far side come in though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not accelerating, so... Oh, yes, I was. What we need to do for this lesson, you could keep playing with either perform more maneuvers or ride this path down to the landing, or you could skip the next lesson. If you do try for a landing, don't forget to decouple the capsule and deploy the parachutes. See you on the ground! In the main game, I recommend a 35-kilometer periapsis for re-entry. 20 can be dangerously low. Yeah. It did look a little low as we were accelerating towards it. What is it right now? It's inside the planet. So... we literally cannot look at it. Very cool. Underground is certainly dangerously low, I'd say. Very funny. I guess that means we can accelerate really fast and then crash into the planet. Just burn up on re-entry. How about we full throttle it? Oh no, that's backwards. We don't want backwards. Oh, everything's burning up. Oh, we're all overheating. Oh, Bill. Oh god, Bob. I don't think we're gonna make this. This is so sad. Alright. Did you have time to shoot? Nah, I didn't intend to. Alright, science basics. Don't worry. They're fine, it's cool. Alright, before we start, let me grab another drink of water. Be right back. Okay, I thought this little black dot right here, I thought that was a bug on my screen. Alright, it's time to get scientific with Werner von Braun and the Science Academy. Hello, and welcome to today's lecture on the Kerbal Scientific Method. I'm Werner von Kerman, Scientist Extraordinaire. This tutorial doesn't really require any previous knowledge, but in order to gather science points, you will have to acquaint yourself with almost every aspect of the game. So you should do them all at some point. We are now at Kerbal Space Center. For a tour, see the basic construction tutorial. For now, we'll focus on the Research and Development Complex. The large complex nearest to you is the Research and Development Complex. This is where you will make use of the science points your missions award you to unlock more parts. Go ahead and click on it to see its actions. It's a big-ass campus. Very good. What you see in the middle of the graph paper background is the tech tree. It shows how far your research has taken Kerbal technology. You don't have much to show for it right now because you're not a world-class scientist like myself, at least not yet, but I trust you have the potential to achieve great things. How far does the tree go out? Not exactly Path of Exile, but heavy rocketry, performance fuel systems, aerospace, experimental science, large probes, and electrics. Flight control. Alright. In a typical career game, you'll start with a few parts and have to earn the rest. For education's sake, I've gone ahead and given some data units to your space program. So you have to add enough science to unlock the next node. The total of your current available science points is shown on the top right. Got 5 of them. Let's get cracking. Select any of the available grayed out nodes and click the blue research button on the right pane. Some of your science points will be spent to buy that invention. Basic rocketry and engineering. I guess, a thermometer. I think I want like a thermometer. But we'll get the basic rocketry for now. Hooray! That's how research is done. You may have noticed that additional nodes were linked to the one you just researched and are now available to be researched as well. Don't know what to pick next? Don't worry. You can select a node at any time and useful information will be displayed on the right pane. This includes the new parts that it contains and how much science is needed to research it. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, this is all nice and jolly, but how do I get more science? You can get more by doing many things, such as gathering crew reports from regions your Kerbals visit, fulfilling some kinds of contracts, collecting samples from various locations, equipping your ship with parts for experiments, such as the mystery goo, and using them, etc. There are many possibilities, really. Most of these actions are performed through context menus, which are displayed when you right-click on various parts, and sometimes on Kerbals. Just keep in mind that your mission needs to transmit the results or survive a physical return to Kerbin in order for raw data points to be converted into useful science. All the activities I mentioned, and the many others you can discover, are tracked. I'm gonna stop putting my water on my table. I'm gonna spill it. For future reference. You can access these science archives by clicking the yellow button on the upper left. Well, what are you waiting for? Click it. There he is! Our guy. That's it. The first and most important thing to notice is the rugged good looks of this fellow in charge. You can also see which science activities you have already performed, when, with whom, and how much science they earned for you. And this is important because you see, if you repeat the same experiment multiple times, its scientific value diminishes because you already knew part of the answer. Mind you, as a result, you receive less science each time you repeat an action until you get practically nothing for it anymore. Another outstanding feature of the archives is that you can check which celestial bodies you have already visited and conducted experiments on or around. You can do so by clicking the icon corresponding to the body that you're interested in. For now, you will only see the records of the research I gave you, but once you start doing your own science, you'll be able to check it here. Oh, there's the planets. Elu, Jewel, Dress, Duna, Kerbin, Eve, Moho, and the Sun? That covers the basics of science. This is a theoretical class, and I'm sure it will all make a lot more sense to you when you go out and try it yourself. Remember that science requires curiosity, so go out and experiment, and don't be discouraged if a mission doesn't quite go as planned. If you learn something new, it's not a complete failure. If you're still feeling lost, feel free to try other tutorials. I'm looking forward to your accomplishments. I must continue my own research now. When you're done, show yourself out by using the red leave button in the upper right. Oh, you can see the moons, too. Eve has Gilly, Kerbin has the moon and Minmus, Dune has Ike, Dress, Jewel has a bunch, Lathe, Val, Tylo, Bop, and Pole, and Elu has none. Gotcha. Oh, that's it. That's the tutorial. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Now we do the Moon, Part 1. The tutorial will introduce you to flight outside of Kerbin's sphere of influence. At most basics. Fine. Can you hear that? Dude. I think somebody was mowing the lawn out on the city street. Welcome to the first of a series of lessons designed to prepare you for flight in and around Kerbin's local system. I've been inspired by that famous work of Jules Kerman, From Kerbin to the Moon. We'll take a leaf out of his book and go one better by returning as well. Oh no. So we are not at the moon yet. In our first lesson, we will be starting from LKO, low Kerbin orbit, and traveling to the moon, ending in low lunar orbit. I'm going to assume you've completed the flight tutorials preceding this as well, orbiting 101, but if not, you really should get to do them first, next. An important part of flights between celestial objects is a transfer orbit, which basically means an orbit is used to change between two orbits. In our case, the periapsis of our orbit will be very near to Kerbin, and the apoapsis will extend to just beyond Moon's orbit. Interplanetary trajectories are much the same, but on a much larger scale. Press M to go to the map view, so we can take a look. Oh boy, here we go. Good thing the moon isn't that far away, huh? It's not like you can fit every other planet in the system between here and the moon. To perform a successful transfer, you'll need to arrange your ship and the largest and the target to arrive at the same place at the same time. If you really know what you're doing, you can calculate your own transfer orbit on the fly, or you could try eyeballing it. However, it's much easier to use maneuver nodes, so let's do that now. Click anywhere on your orbit and click Add Maneuver. Click anywhere on my orbit. Okay. Add Maneuver. Maneuver nodes let you plan orbital maneuvers ahead of time, and most importantly, you can do so without wasting precious propellant. As you can see, maneuver nodes have 6 handles. The green ones are prograde and retrograde, the purple ones are normal and anti-normal, and the blue ones are radial and radial out. Radial in and radial out. I'm not going to go into detail about these right now because these are the same vectors on the nav ball you saw orbiting 101. For now, just remember that prograde and retrograde help you grow or shrink your orbit, and normal and anti-normal help you tilt it. That is good to know. You can click and drag different handles. My liquid fuel just popped up for some reason. You can click and drag different handles to see how a burn made in that direction for the duration would affect the resultant orbit. In our particular case, we want to bring the apoapsis up just enough to intercept the moon's orbit at a point around 45 degrees ahead of the moon's current position. If your trajectory is correct, the orbit line will shift colors when it gets close to the moon. This indicates the point where your ship will transition from the influence of Kerbin's gravity to that of the moon. The region in which the pull from the body's gravity is strongest is its sphere of influence, or SOL. Shit out of luck. In real life, the gravitational influence of all planets and moons matters too. Who thought? Who would have thought? Alright. Let's get to it then. With the handles showing, you might need to click on the node to make them appear. Pull the prograde handle until your post-maneuver orbit reaches as high as that of the moon, but you're going that high is not enough to achieve an actual encounter. As I said before, timing also matters, so you may also need to move the node itself until you get an intercept. With the moon, you can do this by clicking on the inner circle of the node and dragging it forward or back along the line of your current orbital path. Don't forget that you can zoom the camera back to see a wider region of space if you want to start the burn planning over. You can delete the maneuver nodes and create a new one from scratch. We are not orbiting at all. Is the game paused? No, we're going. Okay. To delete a node, right-click the maneuver node while it's open and then click on the red delete icon. Also click on the next node previous orbit buttons if you want to move the node forward and back in time by the whole orbit. Very useful. Gets you behind by mistake. Alright, so what we want to do is click here, click a node, add maneuver. And what we want to do is clicking on the inner circle node and dragging it forward or backward. Let's see, you need to pull the prograde handle. Prograde handle is the 3-1. We want to increase this until we're at the moon. Definitely not past the moon. So we want to pull that back in by quite a bit. Maybe something like this? Whoa. Way too far there. Pretty finicky, huh? Oh no, I need that. Why? Right-click the maneuver node. Well, I mean, I guess that kind of works. But I need to adjust the timing as well. Here's it. Found it. Found it. Don't worry. It's cool. Alright, I guess that works. Maybe slightly more? Okay. Now we need to change the timing which by selecting the middle and turning it. Like this. I guess. That's gonna be way out there though. I don't remember making you. Get rid of that one. Oh, it deleted my maneuver. You bastard. Come back down. We're already past it by quite a bit. We can go in front. And maybe change it to be like this. I don't think it's supposed to be doing that. Oh, it's so cool. That's not right at all. It's the sun's aphiosis. I don't know. Something like that? Remember, the idea isn't to aim where the moon is now, aim where the moon is going to be by the time we get there. Yeah. That is a good idea. There's my orbit. $500 meters a second. How fast are we going? 2,000 meters a second. Year 1, day 1. Oh, I see. The moon encounter in 3 hours. Oh, dude, they really do track it all out for you. That's kind of nice. Moon escape. So when we're here, it's going to be there, I guess. So maybe we want to pull it either forward or backward a little more. Whoa. Didn't mean to accelerate. Moon encounter in 2 hours. We would never encounter the moon there. We can encounter it in 2 hours. That seems to be Kerbin escape. Guess we get there and then slow down like crazy? Maybe? Wouldn't it be better to swing it around like a lot more? Like this? Yeah. And then come back again and get another moon encounter? That'd be funny. Oh, you can use the mouse wheel. There we go. So in 3 hours, we'll have an encounter with the moon. I think that's what that means. Okay. There we go. We planned a trans-lunar injection maneuver. Your post-maneuver orbit will enter the moon's sphere of influence. There are a few things to notice now, so bring up your nav ball. I got my nav ball open. So bring up your nav ball. You'll find a few indicators and displays that weren't there before you added the maneuver node. We saw these during the Go for Orbit tutorial too, if you remember, but allow me to refresh your memory. The bar on the right is a graphical depiction of the velocity change, delta V for short, required to perform the burn you've plotted. Really? 901 meters per second? Or is it just marked? Below that, you will also see the approximate time necessary to make the maneuver and deplete that graphical display of the burn. A new timer also counts down to the moment your ship will reach the maneuver node. We can speed up time to get the burn position faster by clicking any point in the orbit beyond the maneuver node, and then clicking warp next maneuver. Do that now. Well, this is kind of scary. If for some reason your maneuver node gets messed up, or you delete it, just replot a new one, since it's only a planned simulation of the burn, you haven't lost anything. Oh, I have to go all the way around. Okay, I tried putting it in front, but I put it behind. Side handles are radial. They just make your burn more expensive. A pure pro grade only burn at the right time. Does the same thing for cheaper. I see. So... I see. Since it's only a planned simulation of burn, you haven't lost anything. Don't worry, we got the plan going. Maneuver. Do I have to... How do I do this? Get to the burn position faster by clicking any point. We're getting close to maneuver time. There's one final step to take before performing the burn. You need to point your vessel toward the planned vector represented by the blue cross or an arrow pointed towards it. Once oriented, you can worry about the burn. Here's an expert tip. Look at the burn time estimate, have it, start your burn when the T-minus timer reads that number. If your burn time is 20 seconds, say start burning at T10. This is because the maneuver node assumes an instantaneous burn, so if you average that burn around, it has produced a more accurate orbit then. If you only start burning at the time of the node, so the average point is later, sometimes your estimated time will display NA. An instant or full thrust burn towards the maneuver icon will reset this number without changing your current orbit enough to be a problem. In our example, apply this tip means you should start your burn at about when the countdown timer reaches T40. Oh, T10. I'm already at T10. Burn time, 1 minute. Okay. So should I fly into it? Or did I just completely miss it again? I think I missed it again. Yeah, okay. We gotta go around again then. Got dust everywhere. Guess we could set it up again. I really don't want to, though. You're not pointing the right way, aim for the dark blue. Yeah. I gotta get over there again, though. Whoa, that's too fast. Whoa. That slowdown and speed up is insane. Okay. Let's see. Alright. So we want this one, huh? Here we go. And we want to do it about half the time, so... Oh, 2 days. 2 days is too long. It's not yet. That's true. Where is the moon? It's way over there now. And we gotta do it again. You're right. Alright. Bring it back. Let's turn you all the way over here. There we go. And that's gonna be... moon in 4 hours. That's not... That's way too far. God, now I gotta get back around again. I have to bring it in like crazy. Or not. You just wait some more. A moon encounter in 1 year. Oh no! Guess we could just wait another day. Whoops. Give me back my control scheme. Not that one. Not that one. Don't encounter the sun. We do not want to have an encounter with the sun. There we go. So it would be 3 hours. I think we can get over there in 3 hours. Without going full speed. Maneuver 1. Let me see. I can get there in 17 minutes. I don't know. I don't know. It was closer to a week. I see. Okay, so we want to be at the maneuver. Way over there. Burn time in a minute. Burn time is 1 minute, so we want to start burning at 2 minutes, right? Minute 13, we want to start burning at 2 minutes? No, I don't think anybody wants to wait 16 minutes. I do, I don't mind. What time is it? 1:30. I did eat late breakfast. We'll have to eat lunch a little later then. How does the moon travel as fast as it does? Half the time. Oh, half the time, so 30 seconds. So at like 40 seconds, rather. We're at maneuver? Okay. So, if it's a 1 minute burn, light the candle at T minus 30 seconds-ish. Alright. Alright. I got you. I can't imagine doing this days in advance. Ooh, I'm nervous. Also slowing down. 3 minutes to time. 3 minutes to time. Good thing I have like unlimited fuel in this tutorial. Let's do 35 seconds. 37 seconds. 35 seconds. There you go. Sometimes you estimated time will display NA, an instant of full thrust burn towards maneuver icon will reset the snow without changing your current orbit enough to be a problem. In our example, applying this tip. Okay, do I stop burning when my current trajectory matches my maneuver trajectory? It'll probably stop it for me now that I think about it. Or we just completely run out of fuel. Or however much we need. Oh, never mind. That's working out pretty well. Good work. That's not where we need to be at all. Maybe a little further. Sure. But you may have noticed your actual orbit is not exactly the one you had planned. This is because real burns are not very instantaneous. However, close enough is good enough. As long as the trajectory markers are showing that we got the moon encounter pretty close to the one we wanted. That's true. You have to stop manually, yeah. It is a large object, isn't it? If you're not quite satisfied with your moon or intercept, you can still fine-tune it a bit by making small burns in various directions. Be careful not to overdo it. A counter burn can undo a goof, but you still don't want to be wasting fuel. Now we'll wait for you to be sucked up by moon's gravity. Now we'll wait for you to be sucked up by the moon's gravity. But since that can take around 6 hours, you'll probably want to use the warp here trick like we used before, or plain old time warp to shorten the wait. Try warping to just inside the moon's soul. Warp to next maneuver. Time warp. T 2 minutes, 48 seconds. Press slash to cancel. Not very time warp friendly. Whoa. How do I change focus? I guess this works. Love release space. Set as target focus view. I guess we can focus on the moon then. Because I can't select my my ship. The moon encounter. Tilt to focus on your ship. You're right. Perfect. Oh yeah, we're almost out of fuel. Here it is, the moon. Never been. Only a couple people have been there, to be honest. The lunar orbit insertion point. There's a lot going on here. Whose turn is this? The sun? We're gonna... Oh my god, the sun's gonna run right into us? Is that what you're saying? Wild. You are now in the moon's sphere of influence. The moon is the only gravity affecting the motion of your ship, but you're on an escape trajectory relative to the moon, which means that you are moving too quickly to orbit the moon. If we didn't do anything, you'd whiz past it and escape. You will need to slow below escape velocity, burn retrograde at a periapsis in order to be captured, and insert into lunar orbit. Remember the Orbit 101 tutorial. It's best to change your apoapsis to periapsis, and capturing is effectively changing your apoapsis from something far beyond Moon's SOI. SOL? To a height that never leaves Moon's SOL, so we will perform that maneuver at periapsis. If you don't slow down, the moon will fling you into the sun's orbit. That's wild. That's very funny. If your periapsis is hiding under the moon's surface, that means you will crash unless you do something. You can fix this by creating a maneuver about halfway to the moon, or even earlier, and then adjust either of the blue handles, radial or in or radial out, to shift the periapsis to the altitude that you want it to be, say 50 kilometers. Execute that maneuver if necessary, and we'll continue. Bad node thinks that's what'll happen. Should you maybe delete the used up node? You're right. I should. Goodbye, orbit. Not orbit. Maneuver 1. Okay. That's our orbit. We need a new maneuver. The moon's escape. I see. We need a new maneuver, I think. It's going to take us in orbit of the moon. The moon's periapsis. The moon's escape. Alright, let me read this again to myself, because I'm really bad at this. So I guess we need to be first be in periapsis. Which we cannot do. I mean, I guess we can spin retrograde. And where should we put this? Maybe here? Add a maneuver? Not that. Man, that thing is finicky, huh? I think we definitely want to bring this in quite a bit. The moon's periapsis. We're out. Oh. Something like this. Kerbin. Don't want Kerbin. We want the moon. You're making a node sometime after you've flown by the moon. Yeah. You're on the blue line right now. Oh, okay. That's wild. Oh. There it is. That fixed it pretty well, didn't it? I'm gonna bring the periapsis out a little more. Or just bring it all in. Bring it all in together. Moon sphere of influence. And the moon is not only gravity affecting motion of your ship, blah blah blah. Blue red. Does that make more sense? I think so. I think so. Also, we have no fuel, so... Hiding under the moon's surface? I don't want to be hiding under the moon's surface. That's scary. We'll be using a maneuver node again to perform the capture burn and insert in lunar orbit. Add a node at the periapsis. Once you've started to execute your capture burn, your velocity is a bit lower, You have a reasonable lunar apoapsis, and therefore we are in orbit and unlikely to escape by errant thrust fire. We'll proceed. Current eccentricity... you need to be... like here. After point eccentricity, target 0.8 instead of... Whoa. Oh shit. That's wrong. We should do it like this. That's perfect. Hmm. Add a node at periapsis. Execute your capture burn your velocity is a bit lower than escape, respawn moon or apoapsis, and therefore in orbit unlikely. Okay, so we also want to be triggered, I think. Oh no, they're close. That's true. They are close. I guess we should try it then. I don't think we're where we need to be. Oh, we are. We need to get that a lot lower. Oh, out of fuel. Well, now what? Why am I burning? I don't know. We are in orbit though. Not that one. What do I do with no fuel now? Should I use the other thruster? I think we're gonna have to reset. I think I used way too much fuel getting into this orbit in the first place. I got a bunch of... I got a bunch of... They aren't letting me do it. Yeah. We're just out of fuel. Alright, let's reset. I can't revert the flight? Dude. Are they gonna make me do it again? I guess we'll just time warp and see what he has to say for himself. Also, my node is like way off. Whoop. And we're gone. Off into space. Now that you're not in an escape trajectory, try to get yourself in a reasonably circular orbit at least 200,000 meters. And use yet another maneuver node if you... Portrait is blocking all the good numbers. Can you stage to a next engine? That's what I tried doing. Nah. My, I think this is the one I want. This is not the one I want. Other guy. You can't see the numbers here either. It's bad. Yeah, as you can see, I'm completely out of fuel. And they won't let me stage. So, this is absolutely a restart. But, I'm just gonna fly around for a bit. Because that's, like, hilarious. 27 days at space, no food. I can add stages in flight. That's right, I can. Guess we can just move the stage down then. Move you here. Unless this is not... It is a thruster. Well, I guess that's that then. Let's go again. Let's go again. Let's go again. The moon. Alright, I think I got it this time. And by got it, I mean... not at all. Okay, here we go. Where are you, you bastard? Found you. Bring this out, not too fast. It gets away from me like crazy. Okay, that works. Half the time. Five hours? Not too bad. We want to move to maneuver. Speed this up. And back down to 30 seconds. I have no idea how much fuel I'm supposed to be using, to be honest. I mean, I guess until it gets there. But that's like a lot of fuel, dude. It takes a while for it to get a lot bigger. I guess, yeah, when that timer is done, then you stop burning. That makes sense. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There we go. Good work. Actual orbit, not exactly the one you had planned. Sucked into Moon's orbit. The warp to next maneuver never seems to work for me. Because I don't have another maneuver, of course. That's what that means. Okay, now we're in the Moon's orbit. Now we have to wait till we're at proper eccentricity, I guess. How to maneuver. Oh, this is the wrong maneuver. I need to get rid of this maneuver. Delete the use of no for key. Yeah, it confused me. You're right, you're right. Oh. Now it's being really weird. Oh, okay. Oh, man. This is for slowing down, so it should be retrograde. Yeah, I said it's retrograde. There we go. Just like that. Okay. Okie doke. Slow it back down again. Node in 15 minutes. Burn time 13 seconds. Wow. Okay. 6 seconds it is. We said it about right there. Okay, look up. Well, I missed. I mean, I guess I could still stop it, to be honest. It wouldn't hurt at all. Now I know I gotta be a lot slower. Three, two, one, two. Time is a bit fickle. You can do a retro burn freehand? Yeah, I guess I could. Because not much else is happening. Because that is our trajectory. It's good to have one, man. 8, 7. That works. That works. That's good enough for me. If your periapsis is all higher than 200,000 meters, you'll need to lower your apoapsis first to make sure your new periapsis burn periapsis is lower than the other end too. Hmm. Reasonably circular orbit. That's kind of circular. I just need to bring my apoapsis in, which is... Nope. I think it's normal? Which one is it? Close to your PE, the cheaper the capture will be. Right, that's right. That is radial in, radial out. Nope. Normal. No, it's... Prograde? Nope, that's expands it outwards. Radial out? I keep forgetting which one it is. Nope, that pulls it back. Nope, also wrong. I think it's stability assist. That's right either. Oh, I have to be below 200,000 meters. Damn. Okay. I don't remember which ones does which. Like at all. I mean, I guess I can maneuver. This one's all wrong. $200,000 is really small. Can't read the fuzzy text. He wants me to have a smaller radius. A reasonably circular orbit at below 200,000 meters. I need to set this maneuver as well. Whoa, okay, well. Go around again. Go around like 6 times. Burn it, burn time 2 seconds. Wow. Oh, that's in 5 days. Never mind. We do want to get rid of that. If that works. God. Oy vey. Do. 1 hour, 50, 40, 30, 29. Wait. 2-second firing time. Yeah, that worked. We missed it a little. That's okay. Wait. Gotta be under 200,000. Ah, dude. God. Okay. Let's get rid of this node. Then we need to adjust it after we get to the periapsis. Where it's a little smaller. Maneuver node? Back it up. Nope, keep it under 200,000. Man. This guy wants to kill me. $130, 312. 312, 174. 299, 182,000. 301. Oh, I'm gonna edit it. Need a... Oh no, not out. In. You need to be oh so small. can't get you to be oh so small though. I can get you to be under. I can get you to be under the moon. All right, let me restart this. Add another maneuver. Okay, here we go. Bring it in. 14,000. I mean, if this is the way to get you to do this, man. 20,000, 500,000. Man, I don't think so. I don't think this is gonna work. Also not working at all. There we go. I don't know why this was so difficult for me to do. Alright, this works. Spin it back around. We'll be there in no time. We're almost at the moon. It's gonna be cool. Oh, jeez. Well, it's gonna take me a full day to do that. Again. Gosh. Oh man, stop slinging around. Control locked. Oh, that's steep? Not steep enough. Ah, 50 minutes, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. The difference between 100x and 1000x is so insane. Alright, 10 days. Oh no, 10 days. No, that's 4 minutes. 7 seconds. Or not. Just below 200,000. There we go. No, where's the other node? There's another node? Oh no, because I'm not maneuvered to it. One minute. 1 minute goes a lot faster than you think it does. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm not feeling up. That's weird. What happened? Focus on the Kerbal. Yeah. Focus view. Focus on here. Oh, am I like out of fuel? But even then I should be able to fuel up. Did I lock myself out of the control somehow? Is my keyboard off? Did I bump my keyboard? No, the caps lock works. This is weird. Maybe he locked my controls. I like doing that sometimes. Oh, was my Alt key on weird? No? Well, my keys just shut off. Keyboard just shut off for some reason. Really weird. I don't know what to do about this. I mean, the nav orb doesn't even do anything. Is this like a bug I don't know about? Use another maneuver node if your periapsis is higher than 200 meters. Make your new periapsis than periapsis lower end too. Have I spent too many days out in space? Got space sickness? Yeah, not letting me accelerate at all. Reasonably circular orbit. That's pretty reasonable, I'd say. It's not letting me, fuel up, so... It's weird. The controls are locked. Somehow. Warp to next maneuver. I'm not out of fuel yet. Oh, whoa. Oh, goodness. I don't know what happened there. That was really weird. That was really strange. Anyway, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. That must have been me somewhere along the line. Didn't have a circular orbit enough for a Gene here. Okay. Okie doke. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I was supposed to fire that a lot earlier. It's cool though. That's it! Perfect! Were you in time warp? That might have been it. Good work! You're now in a stable circular orbit around the moon, with a ship fully capable of landing, Capable of landing. Anyway, after you decouple the transfer stage, so that's not in the way, see the moon part 2 for tutorial and landing. Today you've learned how to use maneuver nodes to plan future orbits. Set out to travel to another world, parked in orbit around it. In our next lesson, we'll cover the landing procedure, which I'm really looking forward to showing you. Landing on another body is both exciting and terrifying experience, but for now, I'm running late for lunch, so I'll see you later. Alright. Whew, that was a little more difficult than I thought. For some reason, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. Alright. Before we get to the moon part 2, I'm going to take another break. This time, an actual break. I will be going to the bathroom, etc., etc. So I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh man. Get that out of here. It is currently, the time is 2:20, 2:19, 2:20, where I'm at. I'm gonna do this for about maybe another hour or two. At least, we will at least complete the tutorials. I at least want to conquer the tutorials. Okay. Okay. Now we want to close out of this. We are on to the second moon. Can you believe they got 2 of them? The Moon, Part 2. Landing safely on the moon. Welcome to the moon. That's a maneuver setup, apparently. In this tutorial, you're going to land this vessel on the moon. In To the Moon Part 1, you brought this vessel along with its transfer stage to low lunar orbit. Between the tutorials, that transfer stage was decoupled, so now you're down to just the land and return stage. When you're ready to begin, let's review the flight plan. Your flight plan to get to the surface safely will be as follows. Execute a maneuver at low throttle, warp to the new periapsis, burn retrograde at medium throttle, reducing speed and altitude until you are only 1.5 kilometers above the surface, descend at a measured pace, 1 meters per second of speed per 10 meters of altitude remaining, land softly on the moon's surface. You'll notice that I've set up a maneuver node for you. This will be for your descent orbit insertion burn. It's a burn that will insert you into a decent orbit that almost, but not quite, touches the moon's surface. And oh man. Next node is in 14 minutes, so I gotta read through all this real quick. Go to the map, and warp to the maneuver node as I've taught you. When it's time to hit 0, then execute the burn. When done, remove the node. Do this at low throttle so you have better control, since the burn would only take a single second at full throttle. I see. Oh man. That puts us at 6,000 meters. Okay. I did not want that. I want this. And warp not here, but warp to node. Alrighty then. So we don't want a full throttle. We want to set this to maneuver. There, warp to next maneuver. Okay, here we go. Do this at low throttle. Burn time 1 second. I guess we can do 1/3 maybe? 1/3 burn? That sounds pretty good. Sounds good enough to me. Good enough for me. We want that to be at 6,000. Meow, meow. Dude, I'm so ready. I am so ready! Where's the other mood? Maybe I should focus on this. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And stop. Throttle down. Perfect. We're a little lower than it, but it's about as perfect as we could get it. And then remove the node. Make sure your periapsis is now set 6 kilometers. You might need to go back to Mu. It's close. If it's not adjusted as I've taught you by making some very fine burns, be careful to throttle up only very slightly as to not overdo things. If you can't make fine enough corrections, burning prograde and retrograde, try burning radial in and out, or even normal anti-normal. Well, they really wanted it 6 kilometers. Okay. Well, give me a prograde. And we want to throttle up ever so slightly. There you go. 6 kilometers. Now we're going to warp to this new low periapsis. Click next when ready. A new low in periapsis technology. Hang tight and get ready to deploy your landing gear. Start your braking burn. You'll be burning at 1/3 throttle. See the marker on the throttle gauge. Well, I'm gonna go right by it because I'm reading this. This is because you want to come in gently and not kill your velocity too soon. If you kill all your speed now, start flying and pick up more speed again, which you'll have to burn more fuel to recancel out. By the way, this path is a reverse gravity turn, similar to the one we flew in the Ascent to Gopher Orbit tutorial, except, you know, reversed. Anyway, I'm going to enable the target indicator to assist like we did in the go follow it during the braking burn. If your descent speed is too high, we'll get ready. Throttle up. I was reading that. Throttle down. Throttle up. Throttle up. Hit G to deploy your landing gear. And throttle. Landing gear up. Remember you can use SAS, target node, to point yourself at the target if you need help. Don't let your vertical speed pass 100 meters per second, but also don't ever let it go positive or you'll be wasting fuel by climbing instead of descending. Once you reach only 1.5 kilometers up, or early if you're descending too quickly, we'll move on. No, don't forget that the altimeter up top shows altitude above sea level, not the terrain you're under. The anti-target. I was speeding, yeah, I wasn't pointing at the targets, I was speeding out of orbit. Or speeding into the planet, rather. Landing gear. Vertical speed, altitude above terrain, slowly descending. Oh, the camera adjusted itself. We're increasing in altitude. Very funny. So I think we need to... go down. Maybe not that silly. Maybe not that silly. Well, our speed is low. And our altitude is ticking down now. Oh man, now we're slowing down a lot. Now we're dropping. They make it really easy by adding a target. Dude, that shit heats up. Yeah, I don't even have to control it. I should. But, that would mess that up very badly. Whoa! I didn't touch it at all. Dude, the AI is so cool. I didn't know these maneuvers were needed to be made while landing. I guess it all makes sense now. Oh, it's because it doesn't want my vertical speed to pass negative 100 meters per second, so it's like adjusting itself. That's a weird way. That's a really funny way to adjust yourself. I don't think that's right, but I guess we can watch the AI do its thing. Also, we're in orbit, not target. I guess it's just trying to hold us in, like at this, like, altitude for some reason. What if we just throttle down? Don't let your vertical speed pass negative 100 meters per second. Wasted a ton of fuel in that silly-ass maneuver. What are you doing? I don't know. I don't know. It was really funny to just watch it spin around. Ooh, throttle down. Okay, final descent part 1. Almost there. Now you're going to carefully lower your velocity down to 0 as you descend. Too late. Keep the descent rate equal to your height divided by 10 and take a look at the nice place of the planet. It's a big moon! It's a big rock. There's planet Kerbin. Almost said Earth. You do have to let yourself fall. Yeah, I was just watching the AI. Uh-oh. I think we might die. Wee. Very close. Slow down to only 5 meters per second. For some reason, I'm just like being really weird about this. I messed it up again. Yeah, flip yourself around, man. Oops. Well. Again. I don't know what was going on. My brain just kind of shut off. Very funny. Cool. Let's go again. Hit the map. Sounds good. Alright, we want to speed up. Has failed success. I mean, we landed. We got to the moon. We got to the moon. I keep like full throttling and then full de-throttling, so I'm just like, it's really messing with me. When I should be using like shift and control. So you need to be targeted at maneuver. Alright, here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, fire. And we want to keep this towards 6,000. So I can't see it. Way too close. So we need to angle out then. We prograde. Oops. We gotta go back in. Alright. Does the burn would only take a single second to full throttle. Was I even targeting it? Oh, we have to remove the, U. Need to be removed. Maneuver 1. Delete. Cool. 6 kilometers. Alright, we're good to go. Warping. Thank you, Gene Kerman. You really know how to do it. At the perihelion. We want to do the target anti-target. Excuse me. Oh, I just lagged a bunch. Okay, we want to set to target. We want to throttle up. Ooh, not caps. There we go. Ooh, our speed is cratering. Alright. Throttle off. Keep the descent rate equal to your height divided by 10. Keep a lookout for a nice place to land. This looks good enough. I gotta make sure the landing clamps are out. Throttle down. Throttle up. Etc. Okay. I don't know why my... How about we stabilize for now? Fast. God, the gravity here is so weak. I know, yeah, I don't want to do that at all. I gotta keep the fuel low, but... with the throttle low. Just wanna hit the ground. Dude, we are like, we're gonna like skate right into it. It's gonna tip over hard. Uh-oh. That kinda worked. That's one small step for Val, one leap for Kerbal-Kind. Congratulations. You've successfully landed. Hey, cheers to that. I mean, I don't think any of the parts got damaged, so we can just push it back up. Just push it back up. Can you take off like this? Nope. Oh, there they go. Well, he said congrats, so I'm calling that a win. Now we have to get back to Earth, to Kerbin rather, not Earth. Just a second. Welcome. Welcome to From the Moon. In our last lesson, we landed this craft on the moon. Hopefully your pilot had a chance to stretch her legs and look around. If not, we'll start there. After that, we'll be heading home to Kerbin. In this lesson, I'll teach you how to take off from the moon and reach a stable orbit, and then how to return from the moon, or any moon, to its parent planet. Indeed, the same skill can be used to depart Kerbin toward the other planets in the Interstellar system. Lastly, I'll cover re-entering Kerbin at high velocity, heat shield required. When you're ready, we can review the flight plan. Gone Walkabout. To send Valentina on extravehicular activities, click the Ava button on her portrait. Have her jump off the craft and play with the experience of walking in the lunar gravity. When she's finished frolicking, turn her jetpack on and fly her up to the pod again. She can get back inside by grabbing the handles near the door, and hitting the keystroke to go back inside. Once you're back in the pod, or if you want to skip the Ava, click next. I mean, I guess we can check it out. Space, let go, F, climb out. Whoa. R to toggle jetpack. Oh, I see. Oh, fell over. Left shift the jetpack up. Control the jetpack down. Fall over again. They fall over really funny. Alright, let's get back in. If I can get back in. Really weird. Okay. F to climb. Climb, F to grab. Is that even the entrance? Or is it the other side? There we go. B to board. Alright. Okay, moving on. This return flight will have 3 distinct phases: ascent from the moon's surface, trans-Kerbin injection, and trans-lunar re-entry. Once you finish the first phase, establishing your low lunar orbit, we'll cover the details for the rest. For now, here's what you're going to do. As always, in these lessons, I'll add a target marker to assist your steering. Throttle up, then immediately pitch over, down to 90 degrees heading line, which is east, following the marker. Cut the throttle when you're when your apoapsis gets above 50 kilometers. Circularize at apoapsis. This will be much simpler than when you did your Kerbin ascent in the Go for Orbit tutorial. The moon has a much shallower gravity well than Kerbin, so you only need a single stage, and not even all of that. Remember, this is the same stage you used to land on the moon, and we're also going to use it for return home. The moon's gravity is so much weaker than Kerbin's, plus we're not being held back by an atmosphere, that this one stage will have the fuel capacity for this entire landing and return leg of the mission. Oh boy. Throttle up, then immediately pitch over down to 90 degrees heading line, which is east, following the marker. Cut the throttle when your apoapsis gets above 50 kilometers. Ready to launch. I've placed the marker on your nav ball. When you're ready, so we want to target the nav, or target the target. When you're ready, throttle up to max, hit Z, and immediately start turning. Given your orientation when this tutorial begins, that will be by yawning. I see. Your thrust-to-weight ratio, TWR, is very high in the moon's weak gravity, and again, there's no atmosphere to worry about, so you can turn very, very sharply without risking disaster. The way this flight path will be on Kerbin will be only at 6 degrees pitch by 40 meters per second. As always, you can use the SAA's follow target mode to follow the marker if you're having trouble. Go ahead and throttle up and start turning. Whoa, other way. That's one way to do it, man. Okay, your throttle is cut, so let's coast on up. I've created the circularization node for you, but in real life, you'll be doing that planning yourself. Hey, I can't manage every little thing around here. Click next button when you're ready. So we want the maneuver. Two-second maneuver. There we go. We're almost there. Rotate your craft to align it with the blue maneuver marker by yourself or using the SAM's maneuver mode. This aligns your ship with the node's burn vector to do it for you. Burn to execute the node once your time to maneuver is about half the estimated burn time, as we discussed in the prior tutorial, makes the burn more efficient and precise. If all else fails, burn prograde to make sure your periapsis is no more than 5 kilometers below your apoapsis. Close enough to circular orbit it from our current purposes. Okie doke. I think I get this one. We want to shift up until we hit this orbit. At 100,000 meters. Still enough fuel to get us home. To return from a moon to the body it orbits, or to eject from a planet into solar orbit, you must reach escape velocity, and it matters quite a lot when in your orbit you do so. You want to make sure the effort you expend to reach escape velocity creates the correct resultant orbit. Switch the map view key if you're not there already. Zoom far enough out, and rotate the camera to show all 3 objects: your ship, the moon, and Kerbin. From above, note your direction of travel in your orbit. If you're looking from the top, you're orbiting counterclockwise. Next, check the direction of travel of the moon in its orbit around Kerbin. Moon is orbiting in the same direction as you are. Align with the rotation of the parent prograde orbit. We're going to eject opposite the moon's direction. Yeah, counterclockwise. As you are, align with the rotation of a parent prograde orbit. You're going to eject opposite to the moon's direction of travel, but we will be accelerating forward with respect to our own orbit around the moon. In order to do that, let's see how it's done. Create the return node. Remove any existing node. Oh. Nope. Then create a new node on your current moon orbit. It doesn't matter where, we will be moving it to visualize the result of your burn afterwards. Drive the Prograde handle until you have an escape trajectory, which means that your projected path leaves moons. Now drag the node itself to watch as your curve and periapsis change. You'll find that you have the lowest PE when your ejection vector is parallel to the moon's orbit track, but heading the opposite direction. Create an ejection maneuver, which despite being prograde in lunar orbit, gives you a retrograde kick in terms of eventual Kerbin orbit. You can use the same principle to travel to other planets from Kerbin, although there will need to be a mindful of transfer windows. Times travel between planets. Once you set your Kerbin periapsis to between 5 kilometers and 32 kilometers, click Next to proceed. Oh. The moon escape. How about 8 million meters? All that red gauges fuel you don't have. Whoa. Burn time, 1 minute. Maneuver. We want to increase this until we are at, like, escape velocity. I mean, I guess this works, huh? Once you set Kerbin periapsis to be between 5 kilometers and 32 kilometers. Oh, Kerbin. So... I gotta bring this in or out? 2.4? Yeah, okay. 0.7? That's like impossible. Need more than 300 meters per second in that node if it's in the right place. I see what you're saying. We could probably get it pretty low then. Just like a general escape would be. I really don't want to use like a lot of fuel. But this works. It says, once you set your Kerbin periapsis to be between 5 kilometers and 32 kilometers, click Next to proceed. Fine-tune by adding radial in or radial out to 5 maneuvers. Moving the node itself slightly. Oh man, I gotta bring this in or out by a bunch. 700,000 meters. 100,000. In the planet, not quite what we're looking for. Just a bit more. 7,000 meters, that works. Eject. Warp 2 and execute the maneuver node you've created. Once that's done, remove the nodes so that we have a clear view of the ship's path. We rocket scientists like tidiness. And it's always good to clean up after yourself. If the resulting orbit deviated from the plotted burn so much that Kerbin periapsis is below 5 kilometers or above 32, you'll need to fine-tune your path with another burn to avoid a possibly disastrous re-entry. A maneuver node could help you do that. Once your periapsis is within those limits and you have cleared any remaining maneuver nodes, we'll continue. Okay. So I guess we need to go do this then. Warp 2 and execute the maneuver node. So we want to select our maneuver. 14 seconds. Ejecting at 7. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. One day to reach 7,000 meters above the planet. Ooh. Okay. Let me clear this node. Oh, my back, man. Let's see. Warp 2 and execute maneuver node. Once you've done, remove the nodes and a clear view of the ship's path. Resulting orbit deviated from the plotted burn so much that current periapsis is below 5. I don't think I'm below 5. I might be below 5. I just don't have it, I guess. A maneuver node could help you do that. Just a little bit. 24? I mean, that works. That works. 0.2 seconds. Underground underwater is below 0. Yes, it is. There we go. Congrats! You're on your way home. Let's warp ahead until you're near Kerbin. Click on your orbit near, but at least Kerbin's... Click on your orbit near, but at least a Kerbin's radius away from periapsis and choose warp here. You could alternatively use the time warp controls by pressing the period key, but do remember to decrease warp speed as you approach. Kerbin's gravity speeds you up a lot as you get close. Well, advance once your altitude drops below 120 kilometers. If you used auto warp, you may want to manually increase time warp to 5x or 10x once the automatic warp finishes in order to cover the last distance, assuming your auto warp ended well before 120 kilometers altitude. Do 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 do. Liquid fuel. The moon and back in 2 days, huh? Oh. I don't want to get too close. I mean, that is where I'm going, but... Re-entry. Note that this time you do have a heat shield on the capsule. While it's just barely possible to survive a trans-mooner re-entry without one, it's very dangerous indeed. Try coming back directly from anywhere further than the moon, and you'll be a crispy critter without a shield. An alternative method to avoid excessive re-entry heat would be to maneuver into a parking orbit and or make a braking burn, and then make a gentler, slower re-entry, That, however, would require a great deal of additional fuel, and to be honest, is way less fun. Well, this is good. Because of the added mass of the heat shield and no extra drag to compensate because it mounts flush with the pod, this ship won't be able to slow down. As well as the pod by itself, for that reason your craft has a drow parachute mounted to the side in addition to the main chute up top. Once the drow chute icon shows safe, no red in the orange background, it's exploding on re-entry. You can stage deploy it. Drow parachutes are weaker braking devices but work at higher speeds and altitudes than regular parachutes. Again, in order to slow the ship at some point, it's safe to use more powerful normal parachutes. Once the drow is doing part of the job, will continue. Should I Okay, I was gonna say, should I eject these extra parts? And I mean, I think the answer to that was yeah. I was reading, man. I was reading, bro. Safely on the moon picks up where one left off. Did I get off the moon? Which one was I at? From the moon? Okay. Yeah, alright. We don't need to do that. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Let's set our target. And full throttle up. Should probably be gentler with that, huh? Okay, give me the maneuver node. Time warping. Alright. 2-second burn. Dun dun. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I need to zoom out so I can see this. Line this up. Did I go over? I did. Getting the return node. I need to delete this maneuver node. There you go. We need, yes, maneuver that's going to take us out of it. It's going to take me out of it. Not that one. Gentle. Gentle. 39. Not in the ground. 11. 12. That works. Okie doke. aim towards the maneuver. I keep forgetting to do that. Load in 40 seconds. $90 seconds. That's what the AI sounds like. Not the Kerbins, though. They don't use that. That works. Get rid of that node. Cool. Warp here. Say goodbye to the moon. Maybe this time, don't worry. I'll definitely eject the engines, etc. Okay then. We want retrograde. Bye. Goodbye. Oh man, that other booster's burning up. Damn. Shows safe. No red or orange background. You can stage deploy it. Down we go. Leaving debris in orbit. Oh, the ocean. Damn, cut right through the atmosphere. Drow away. Drow parachute is stage. Drogyu? Dro? Once the mage parachute also shows safe, stage again to armor deployed as well, and then we'll continue. If for some reason your drow fails and goes to the cut state, red chute icon on the color background, you still have a chance. You might slow down to a safe enough speed to deploy your main parachute, even without the dro. Fingers crossed. What's a good altitude for deploying a parachute? 2,000 meters? 1,000 kilometers? $4,000 meters. You can do 2,000 meters. Everything is staged and activated. There's nothing to do but wait. In the ocean, we fall. They got the science down so good that they know exactly where these things are going to land out in the ocean. In real life, it's crazy. I just toss these dudes at the planet and then hope somebody goes and picks them up. There's nobody in here. How was the moon, Valentina? Dropping at 6 meters per second. That would hurt. 6 meters per second? I mean, when I'm running at like 1 meter per second and I run into a wall, that hurts, though. You get one solar system. Can't imagine how big a rocket has to be to go to Elu. And now we wait. And so we will. Mm. 80 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. And 0. A smooth landing. Congratulations, you successfully returned from the moon. A ticker tape parade would be held in your honor if this weren't a training simulation. Instead, you just have to go do the real moon mission in your own career sandbox save. When you're ready, open the pause menu either and restart the scenario. Again. End scenario. Back to training. Alright, that was from the moon. Now we are docking and then asteroid redirect mission. We'll review the process of attaching two ships with one another in space. Jesus Christ. Cheaper to have a cheaper trip to Moho by visiting Elu first. real? Is there like a planet I don't know about? Really? You swing way out there and then swing back in? That's wild. Oh my god, it's going really fast. 12,000 meters per second. I think I see what you're saying. Because it's just wicked fast. Hello! Today we'll be going over a very exciting process, making two separate ships attached so they can share resources, crew, or simply become a bigger ship. If you're interested in orbiter landing missions or creating space stations, this will be a must, so pay attention. Let's begin. We're on the dark side of the planet. Coplanar orbits. In order to dock to another ship, the first thing you have to do is catch up to it, rendezvous with it, to use the technical lingo. To accomplish that, the first thing you have to do is put your ship in a coplanar orbit, meaning in orbit with the exact same inclination. Open your map. Here's the station. Stranded. Look at those poor guys. They're doomed to orbit Kerbin forever unless you go to their rescue, which you should, because our space program's reputation will go down if we leave people marooned out in space. If you play around with the camera, you'll notice that your orbit and theirs don't have the same inclination. Sure doesn't. That means that if the ship ever did pass close to each other, they would do so at dangerously high speeds and just zip on past each other on different paths. In this situation, the first thing we do is to align in our orbit with that of the other ship. Click on the ship named Stranded and set it as your target. Good. Now you will notice a few new things that have appeared on your orbit. Green ascending and descending node indicators now show, I see, 10 degrees. Where the plane of your orbit crosses the plane of the target orbit, and white dotted lines connect these points to your own orbit line. This is what these nodes look like. We want to have your orbit coincide with that of the target, so let's start with the job. Let's start that job at one of the points where the paths already cross. Go ahead and add a maneuver node at the nearest point of the two nodes, probably the ascending node, and manipulate the normal direction handle so that your inclination with respect to the target orbit is 0. Mouse over the A and D lines as it moves around the orbit so you know the estimated inclination after the burn. And if you can't seem to get exactly 0, try moving the maneuver node itself a bit first. Execute the burn when you're ready. $32.2, $29.9, 2.0, 1.6, 1.5, 1.0, 0.6, 0.6, 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.3, 0.4, 0.3. Okay, try moving the maneuver node itself a bit first, I see. 0.2. 0.2. Too much. 0, 0. Execute the burn when you're ready. This is so scary. Okay. Now we want to set our maneuver. Man. I hope I'm getting the... Oh, I hope I'm learning, that's for sure. I can't imagine trying to construct ships around these types of ideas. Alright. The burn is going to be 23 seconds. That's good. Gives us a lot of time to think about our life. Ooh, I almost cut that off at the wrong moment. They want it really close, don't they? That makes sense. Docking is a precise procedure. Outstanding! Now your orbit and the stranded ship are coplanar. The next step is to generate a transfer orbit, much like you do when you're targeting another celestial body, which will transfer your ship from one orbit to another. Create a maneuver node in your orbit. Doesn't really matter where, since we're going to move it around anyway, and then extend the prograde vector until you get an intersecting orbit. Some of the other new indicators in the target mode are the orange pair and the pink pair of closest approach markers. Play with the prograde and the node position until you get the matching colored pairs of these intersection nodes close to each other, ideally within a 5-kilometer range. This is what the intersecting nodes look like. Alright. So let's first remove this maneuver. Add a new maneuver. Delete the old node for... Yep. I remembered. No, I gotta delete this. Yeah. Okay. I remembered. Whoa. Is that too far? Just a bit. Intersect 1. Let me read this again. Some of the other new indicators in the target mode are the orange pair and the pink pair of closest approach mark. Play with the program and node position. Matching color pair of these intersection nodes. That looks nice. Now execute the plan maneuver as precisely as possible. I'm not gonna hit this guy, am I? You'll most likely not get it exactly as the maneuver node predicts. For better precision, I recommend you burn at full throttle until the delta V counter on the node is down to about 10 meters per second. And then cut your engine. Then make a few short, low throttle burns to fine-tune the intercept. Alright, hit the maneuver. Let's speed it up a little. 17 seconds. Oh. Now it's getting scary. What is half of 17? I don't even know. 8? 8.5? 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, full throttle. And when this gets down to 10 seconds... 4, 3, 2... Alright, let's take a look. For a full intercept. .5 meters differences. That's pretty good. Pretty good, I'd say. Good. Now you're in a trajectory that will get you very close to your target. If you think you can get even closer, I suggest fine-tuning the encounter using your RCS thrusters into your main engine. However, no matter how close you get, you'll still be going too fast to actually do anything about it unless we do one more thing, and that is to step on the brakes at the right time. Why we didn't find a better place for your node? Well, he said it wouldn't matter because we'd swing around anyway, apparently. But, I mean, yeah. Probably should have taken a little more time for it. This is, of course, just a figure of speech because there is no such thing as a brake pedal in spacecraft. For now, let's wait until we're about 15 kilometers away from the target. Once there, make sure that the nav ball is in the target mode. Make sure that the nav ball is in the target mode. So that the proper indicators will be displayed during the critical final maneuvers. If it isn't, click the velocimeter a few times until it is. While in target mode, turn toward the retrograde marker and burn it full throttle until your relative velocity is at 50 meters. Okay, well, let's get here. Orange markers are like quarter orbit, and you wanted them kissing. Oh, I needed these orange markers to be close together? I thought I just needed them to be there. Alright, well, here's what we'll do. We'll just set our orbit to match. I've got, like, plenty of fuel, I think. I guess they won't. Right... there. This is gonna be... strange. In 3 minutes. Cool. Oh, I need at the maneuver. I'm like messing this up. Dude, you used a ton of fuel on this. If you pass this time? Yeah, alright. We can redo it then. We can redo the module. Docking. Gross. Let's begin. Click on the name Stranded and set as my target. Okay, I'm there. I need to add a maneuver. Then we need to... not that one. My bad. No, other way. Four 4.7, 4.9, 4.7, 4.7, 4.6. Bring it closer. 2.8, 1.9, 1.7, 0.8. Bring it a lot closer. 0.4, 0.2, 0.8, 0.7, -7. You have 1.4. -0.4. 0.4. 1.0. 0.2. 0.3. 0.2. 0.2. 0.2. 0.1. 1, 2, 1. Damn. 2. Dude, this is finicky. Ouch. Way too much, man. Way slow down. There we go. 0, 0. Exactly where the Anandia was, not merely on the same side of the planet. Yeah. I guess so. Alright. Now we need to maneuver this. Speed it up. And that's a 12-second burn time. Okay. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 15, 12. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okie doke. I need to set another maneuver. Okay. These ones need to be intersecting out like that. And then you said these orange lines need to be lined up. We want it to be like right here. Transport much like we do in targeting another celestial body, which would transfer ship or create a maneuver node orbit. Doesn't really matter where, since we're going to move it around anyway, and then extend the prograde vector until you get an intersecting orbit. Some of the other new indicators target the orange pair, pink pair, closest approach markers. Play with the prograde and the node position until you get the matching color pairs of these intersection nodes to each other. That looks perfect. Oh, I forgot to remove that node. Shoot, okay. Which is fine. I can just edit this node. This needs to be out. It's there. Ideally within a 5-kilometer range. You'll be at one of the markers and target will be the other. Same place at the same time. Ideally within 5 kilometers of each other. 2.5 kilometers. Insertion point 2. Do I need to do both or just one? Just one, right? Ascending node, descending node. Orange to orange and magenta to magenta. You got it. "20 kilometers now. It's too far away. 10 kilometers, also too far away. Three point 3.1 kilometers. Okay. 3.1 kilometers. I think that's the best we're gonna do. That looks nice. Now execute that plan maneuver as precisely as possible. You will most likely not get it exactly. For position, I recommend burn full throttle. And then down to 10. Okay. Whew. Will we save these boys? Which are 2.5 kilometers? Oh yeah, my bad. Okay. Ten, 9. Not good enough for Gene Kerman. En route to rendezvous. Good. Now you're in a trajectory that will get you very close to your target. If you think you can get even closer, I suggest fine-tuning the encounter using your RCS thruster instead of the main engine. However, no matter how close you get, you'll still be going too fast to actually do anything about it unless we do one more thing, and this is to step on the brakes at the right time. This is, of course, just a figure of speech, because there's no such thing as a brake pedal in a spacecraft. For now, let's wait until we're about 15 kilometers away from the target. Once there, make sure that the nav ball is in target mode so that the proper indicators will be displayed during the critical final maneuvers. If it isn't, click the velocimeter a few times until it is. While in target mode, turn toward the retrograde marker and burn at full throttle until your relative velocity drops below 50 meters. God damn. Okay, so let's get close first. Well, I already went around once, so, I think I fucked it up again. So fast. So fast, yet so little time. Yeah, intersect 1+ hour. Could be another 6 days. Let's just go around. I really don't feel like setting it again. Dude, I always do that, delete the pad. I do it so much. I do that so much, man. Alright. Set these two intersection points again. I don't know why I did that. God. Just going to straight up die. Let's do it again. Chat delay, my bad. I have it set to 0, I think. Docking. It's okay, I still got time. I've got a couple more hours before I need to be at the food bank, so... Or before the food bank closes, rather. Click on the stranded set and set it as your target. Right. A and D lines move around, add a maneuver to adjust these. So it looks something like that. 6.5. 1. Oh, 0, 0, perfect. So that's at least 60 extra seconds. Inclination node on the AN, not just some random spot. Oh. Can I? Would be chasing it around. I can put it on the DN. Oh, no, I can't get it to 0, 0. Oh, they deleted it. Looks like they had. It looks like they've had enough. Here we go. As you, you're fine. I did that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, too steep. Too steep. Bring it down. One point 7, 4, 1.1, 1.0, 1.1, 1.0. Oh, excuse me. 0, 0. There's some 0, 0s to maneuver. And warp. And we want to full thrust at around 11 or 12 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. And a little more. Alright. Okay. Well, he doesn't like that one. He doesn't like that one at all. There we go. He wants it within the 2. It's within 2 meters. Okay, now we need another node. Need to stretch this out until we get to... Oh, I keep forgetting to delete these nodes. Okay. There we go. There we are. Next time, we don't pass up the thing we need to be doing. Mochiron, as they say. Mochiron. But the first maneuver node exactly on one of them, you wouldn't have to need to futz around and find the right spot. Oh, I see. In the right spot. Don't even need to adjust it. So it has to be within 5 kilometers. 8.7. 8.8. 7. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it over here. They're way too far away from each other. Six 6.1. 2 kilometers of separation. That's pretty good. Be able to right-click the orange markers to make the numbers stick. Oh, really? Oh, you're right. That looks nice. Now execute that plane maneuver precisely as possible. When you burn full throttle into the Delta 5 counter on the node is about to hit 10 meter seconds. Cut your engine. Alright. Good God. Let's not mess this up again. Warp here. Get our hands ready to full throttle. Get a little closer. Nine seconds it is. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Four, three, two. Ooh. There. There. They want it even closer. Okay. Good. Now your trajectory that will get you very close to your target. Getting closer. Blah blah blah. Okay. For now, let's wait until we're about 15 kilometers away from the target. Once there, make sure your nav ball is on the target mode. Let's get closer. Warp to the next target. They don't want me warping. 39. I don't want to go too fast. Okay, let's take it slow. Take it slow. We have to make sure that this is in target mode. Remove the maneuver, I guess. Then we need target. Proper indicators will be displayed during the critical final maneuvers. Click the velocimeter a few times until it is while in target mode. Turn towards the retrograde marker and burn it full throttle until relative velocity drops below 50 meters per second. "13-kilometer separation. It's like we're gonna be in front of them. Wait until we're about 15 kilometers away. Okay. Set the target. Turn towards the retrograde. Burn it full throttle until your relative velocity drops below 50 meters. Once we're in 15 kilometers. What is 15 kilometers? 150,000 meters? Or 15,000 meters? You get pretty close. You can push retro onto anti-target to line up with it better. Oh yeah. $15,000 meters? The distance on the target vessel? Yeah. 77,000 meters. It's about 80 kilometers? Yeah. So it is, yeah, okay. 15 kilometers away from the target, and I have to get my speed down to 50 meters per second, it says. That's what Gene's saying. Speed up a little. Get in. And we want to full throttle backwards. Now pretty close to the target ship, and you're moving slowly with respect to it, but we have to come full stop or we'll drift away. Gene means then that is 50 kilometers or less. Yeah. First of all, leave map view. It's behind us. You are close enough for the main display to be not just useful, but advantageous. Wait until you're about 5 kilometers away from the target. Point your ship towards retrograde again. Done. Then press R to turn on your RCS thrusters. Finally press H so your speed drops to 0. If RCS is taking too long, you can throttle up slightly, but just briefly or you'll overburn. Always remember to turn off your RCS thrusters when you're not using them so their attempts to help you hold altitude and accidentally push you off course. I see. Oh, so I need to be... like, in these sort of areas a little. Gonna miss it by that much? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I get I'm the controls are very finicky. This way. Maybe... right there. Ooh, other way. Fix the release so you can steer freely. Push the retro onto the anti-target. So, this way? Other way. No. This way. No, other way. This way. Then this way. And then this way. And then this way. Like this. And then like this. Whoa, whoa. this. Whoa, whoa. Okay. That was weird. Oh god. This way. And this way. Then down. Okay. Up like this. We need to like this. Sort of rotate. Rotate like that. Or something. Okay. 5 kilometers away from the target. Point your ship towards retrograde again, then press R to turn your ship. Finally press the H key until your speed drops to 0. Sorry. Man. Whoa. Hit the wrong button. Ooh. Too late. I guess so. I have to do it again. In and around. Moving away from you so it's... Oh. Well, that's okay. Okay, I guess we have to spin around again. Then go after it. It's getting away, chase it! Think we could run into him? Oh! Too fast. There he goes. Bye! See ya! Alright. I'm gonna leave. Another time. Another time. I gotta go to the food bank and get some food and eat. get ready for dinner and make a bunch more videos about me not about me like getting drift since leaving some dudes out adrift in space. So thanks for watching. It goes bye. Yeah, it's gone, man. See you around.